speech and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to all of my colleagues in here and to all Islanders who are enjoying this another beautiful day in our beautiful province. Wanted to begin greetings today just by saying how encouraging it was to read today in today's Guardian that the Maiden PEI ride booking and ride sharing company Kerry is expanding their services to the Kensington area, Mr. Speaker. This was started by Matt McLeod and Len Curry. They got underway in and around December, started in Charlottetown, Stratford, Cornwall area, have expanded to Montague, North Rustico, and now into Kensington. So very, very encouraging, great innovative thinking by these ambitious Islanders, and just wish them continued success in the future. I also want to say that, Mr. Speaker, we're into late March now, and that's the time when hockey in this province is really, really heating up. We've had the hockey playdowns start this weekend and will continue into the coming weekend. I also noticed that the under 18, what we used to call major midget island title is being contested between Kensington and Charlottetown, Mr. Speaker, and this is a title that has been owned by Kensington for a number of years now, but the Charlottetown team looks really strong and very eager to end that reign and lead that series 1-0 already. I also wanted to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Ice Dogs, the Junior C Ice Dogs playing at the Three River Sportsplex in Georgetown, Mr. Speaker, have punched their ticket to the Island final and will, with a sweep of Sherwood, and will lock horns with the Tignish Aces in the Island final, Mr. Speaker. So maybe a friendly wager between the member from Georgetown and Tignish on the outcome of that. And I would say that I grew up listening to the legendary stories of many baseball and hockey battles between Tignish and Georgetown. Far too many fell down on the Tignish side, Mr. Speaker, so hopefully this one we can recover a little bit of pride with the Ice Dogs under the tutelage of coach and my longtime friend Travis Martell, so good luck to both teams. Mr. Speaker, Credit Union Music PEI Awards Week will start on Friday, and it's nice to read the stories in the lead up to that of the wonderful artists across PEI. We're so blessed here to have so many creative and talented Islanders who are telling our stories through music and song and really, really pushing us forward as a cultural destination, Mr. Speaker. So good luck to all of those who are nominated and all of those who will participate. And a big thank you to Rob Oakey and staff for being very adaptable, Mr. Speaker, during difficult times, and thank them for their great work. And I just do want to say that I want to congratulate, I will let the Leader of the Opposition give us more details, but we are blessed to hear the good news that the member from Summerside South Drive and his wife Amber have welcomed a beautiful, healthy baby girl to the world, Mr. Speaker, and we're happy for both of them, and they are truly blessed, Mr. Speaker, and to them, to their now very large island family, congratulations and the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and indeed the peace and calm in our legislative office, which is particularly tranquil, of course, during a sitting period of this legislature, was broken this morning about 10:30. It sounded like somebody had scored the winning goal in the second overtime of a seventh round of the playoffs. And of course, it was the announcement that my colleague, the member from Summerside South Drive, and his wife Amber had given birth to a beautiful little baby girl. And so on behalf of, well, personally, my great congratulations to you and on behalf of our caucus. Her name is going to be Harper Madeleine Howard. And I doubt that's after his favourite Prime Minister, but perhaps that's the case. I don't know. I'll check in with him on that afterwards.
Let's say Harper Lee.
And on another lovely note, the Order of PEI, the nominations for that close on Friday, and it's a lovely award. I've always considered it to be a place where those sort of unrecognized Islanders who do amazing work to make our community as strong and beautiful as it is get recognized. And last year there were 3 of those people, Olive Brighton and Henry Purdy and Bev Simpson, who were honoured, and I would encourage all Islanders to come forward. The nomination form is so easy to fill out. Just go to the legislative website and nominate any Islander you feel is worthy of recognition, and particularly in this last year where a lot of Islanders have stepped forward to be leaders in their communities. I think it's a great opportunity for us to recognise those individuals. The Premier's already mentioned the Music PEI Week, which of course has been rescheduled a couple of times. And I too would like to pass on my congratulations to those perennial island artists. I'm thinking here, of course, of people like Rachel Beck and Catherine McClellan and Dylan Menzies and Kinley and all of those who have many, many years in the business and have been recognized before. But this year, I'm particularly, when I look at the list of names for the New Artist of the Year category, and that category, of course, is named after Lloyd Doyle. Many of us here would have known Lloyd, who was absolutely instrumental in kickstarting the careers of so many island musicians here in his time. But the New Artist of the Year award is named after Lloyd, and the nominees this year are an incredible lineup. Brandon Howard, Roy, Brielle Ansems, Logan Richard, Sarah Hagan, and Shane Pendergast. I played with almost all of them, and they're amazing young artists here on the island, and just to have 5 people like that, and that, of course, there are many other island artists, new island artists coming through, and that tells me that our music scene, despite all the challenges of the last year, is extremely healthy. And like the Premier, I'd like to pass on my thanks to Rob Oakey, the Executive Director, and everybody else at Music PEI, who've weathered this last year, which has been particularly hard on the entertainment industry. So good for them. And one final note, tonight down at the Delta Prince Edward, the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce, President's Excellence Awards will be handed out tonight. And I know that a number of people in this legislature, a few from my caucus, will be there. It's a little unusual to be going out to an awards ceremony and to be sitting there in person, and I know they've gone to great lengths to make sure that this is a safe event tonight. But I'm really looking forward to getting out and being at a ceremony like this, and yeah, it will be fun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to say it's great to be back here today. Another lovely spring day. I'd also like to congratulate, on behalf of the Third Party Caucus and myself, the member from Summerside South Drive and his wife Amber. Congratulations on the arrival of the new baby girl. I'm sure they'll have a busy household in the months ahead. Congratulations to them. I'd also like to just give a shout out to Wayne Wright, our cartoonist, and that puts cartoons in the Journal Pioneer, and I suggest, or just a recommendation to the Minister of Environment and Energy, he may want to go out and buy a few copies. Quite the cartoon there this morning, and maybe some of the colleagues in here from Summerside Wilmot and Montague Kilmer might want to get a couple copies too. Pretty neat. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say good morning to my colleagues and to everyone watching from Charlottetown Victoria Park and all across PEI. And I just had to get up because there was an incident that just happened. You may have noticed me typing furiously during prayers. I'll get back to why I was doing that in a minute, but I just had to take a moment to shout out to my neighbours. I have to say I live in the absolute best neighbourhood on PEI, I think. And my neighbors, they say it takes a village. The speaker's giving me a funny look. It takes a village to raise a child, and I'm very blessed to be able to count my neighbors into that. And so when I walked in here this morning, there was Facebook was up, and it was a picture of my dog, and one of my neighbors who lives a couple of streets over sent me a message and says, is this Zena? Because she's in my backyard. She loves to sneak out of the fenced yard and go visit all of our neighbors because she loves them too. So a special thank you to Krista Christensen for keeping my puppy safe. I also wanted to give a shout out to Shane Pendergast, who had an album release party yesterday. I look forward to listening to that much more, and also looking forward this evening to the Chamber of Commerce Awards, the President's Excellence Awards this evening. It will be nice to be face-to-face with people again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand up to shout out to the curlers of Charlottetown. You have probably all heard about the Charlottetown Curling Club. the members have recently had to put up their club for sale because they could see no financial viable way to continue. And this club is just a block away from where I live, and while I'm no curler by any means, I have often attended events there, as the building has been serving for a long time as a local community centre. Yesterday, the Premier spoke at length about the successful efforts of dentist Don Stewart in restoring and rebuilding an old building in Cornwall. I happen to be the architect on that project, and I completely agree that Don's efforts have resulted in a remarkable project. But Don is uniquely resourceful, and we cannot expect him to take on all older buildings in town. So this is really a shout out to our local CADC and local housing corporation. These entities have staff, assets, and credit, but have been sleeping giants for too many years. So I stand up and hope I speak loudly enough to please wake them up and please do something. For instance, at the curling club. The club may be better off in another location, but the actual location is great for a number of things. One could even imagine building seniors units on top of the ice sheet and keep the club in place. The possibilities are many, and the curling club is only one of many options for housing in town. It's the kind of job I used to take on myself, but now I'm too busy being an MLA. I'm sure Don is too busy being a dentist, so it's time for CADC and the Housing Corporation to step into the ring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to stand up this morning and this afternoon, and welcome everyone back to the legislature. That's twice I did that today, Premier. And as I was flipping through the journal this morning, I was reminded of how grateful I am to have Wainwright back. We had certainly missed him when our local paper was lost for a few months during the pandemic, and it was quite a chuckle we got this morning. I just wanted to stand up and also welcome Summerside's newest resident, the member from Summerside South Drive, and his wife had a baby, Harper Madeline, and I just wanted to welcome her to the community and congratulate the family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I miss anyone? The honourable member from Cornwall and Meadowbanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was my mom's birthday, and I forgot to mention it, and she watches faithfully, so she would never say nothing, but I have 3 other sisters that certainly voiced their concern with it. My mom's a pretty humble individual, but so a shout out to my mom and health and happiness. We never got to celebrate her birthday last year because of COVID restrictions, but we did this year. And also to Rob Oakey. When I was in government, I had the opportunity to work alongside Rob, and very interesting individual, very cool, calm and collective, but a great advocate for that industry. And if I remember correctly, I think the first time that Music PEI was in the early 2000s under Premier Pat Binns, and Rob Oakey went to many bureaucrats and took a couple of years, and nothing ever was established. And it took 20 minutes with Pat Binns to say, how much money do you need type of thing, and here you go, and it's been growing ever since, and we see the product of many renowned stars in Atlantic Canada, and some of them go beyond. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is definitely a pleasure to rise on this beautiful spring day. I'd like to say hi to everybody watching from Mermaid Stratford. And I would also like to send my congratulations out and welcome Harper Madeline to the world. And we've seen pictures already. She is sweet and adorable and everything that you can imagine, and looking forward to having an office baby around here. So I'd also just like to wish everybody who's been nominated for awards for the President's Excellence Awards 2021 that's happening tonight. And a special shout out to a couple businesses in my district. So Wendell Taylor's Garage is nominated, as well as Third Degree Training. So good luck to them, good luck to everybody, and I hope everybody has a great day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying hello to everybody in District 19 and Borden Kincora. But Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to recognize the generosity and community spirit of Islanders. Early December the 23rd, a devastating fire burnt Kenny Johnson's boat repair shop to the ground in Annandale. Days before Christmas, a business in ashes and 5 people out of work. It wasn't a pretty picture, but when faced with adversity, Islanders responded. Within days of the fire, the community had rallied behind the business and scared up tools to help Mr. Johnson and his employees resume work. My sources even tell me that this business was able to help a helpful landlord. A recently retired local fisherman, who we all know, offered his boat shop to this business on very generous terms. I'm sure this gesture was greatly appreciated by Mr. Johnson and Mr. Speaker. Stories like this show how tight-knit our communities are and how members of the fishery band together when somebody is in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nod goes to you.
I guess I have to get up today. Well, you know, it's not what I did for Mr. Johnson. It's what Mr. Johnson did for his community. And my mother always told me, my mother said, when you give to people, you'll always get it in return. And that's just what the Johnson family did. And when you had 5 people out of work over Christmas, and I was able to help, I offered my building. Yes, I did. And down the road, I'll probably get that back. And it's just what we do as Islanders. When somebody's down and out, people right across Prince Edward. It's like I went on Kijiji and I was looking for just like secondhand tools for the shop that he could use. I was up in the district of Kensington, and I was picking up a table saw there, a secondhand table saw, and I told the gentleman, I forget the gentleman's name, I wish I could remember, and I told the gentleman the circumstances, and the gentleman went and fired in a drill, he fired in a set of bits, he fired in sanders, whatever he could do to help this gentleman out, free of charge. And he didn't know. I was in the district of Stratford, and this gentleman called up looking for his address. And we gave him his address, and he landed it with tools. So it's just what we do on Prince Edward Island. When somebody's down and out, we don't kick them. We help them get up and survive. And my mother always said, when you help people out, it'll always come back to you. So it's just a reminder, be kind to everybody. As Dr. Morrison always says, be kind. Thank you. Okay, statements by members. The honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks and the third-party house.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we finally come through COVID pandemic, there are 2 more imminent crises that Islanders will be met with, the affordability crisis and the climate crisis. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing in real time that wage growth is not keeping up with skyrocketing increases of the cost of living, housing prices are higher than ever before, cost of goods and services are increasing, we have seen fuel prices take a meteoric rise, and we all know that our employment recovery rates are lagging behind our neighboring provinces, all of which deeply impact the bottom lines of our middle class and those striving to join it. And Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I know that more must be done to battle against climate change. Aside from COVID-19, climate change is the most imminent threat to our island and our country. Unless, of course, you are a supporter of the Conservative Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I was cautiously optimistic when I heard the government state that rebates would be part of their new climate agreement with the feds. Putting money back in the pockets of Islanders to help offset the costs associated with a tax increase is an initiative everyone in this chamber should be supporting. However, upon doing a little more reading, that cautious optimism turned into concern and possibly confusion. You see, a rebate, as many Islanders would understand it, is when government gives back a portion of the taxes paid. That way the individual can choose how best to support themselves or their household. Instead, this government failed to outline whether Islanders would be receiving rebates as described, or whether the taxes paid by Islanders will be put into a pool and doled out to those who could afford such things as electric cars, home upgrades, or purchase of technology such as solar or wind. Mr. Speaker, I will wait to reserve judgment on this government's rebate plan until we have more details. As with everything from this government to date, until we have more details, Mr. Speaker. As with everything from this government to date, it's incredibly light on details. However, I truly hope that this government is not about to use taxpayer dollars to choose winners and losers. I hope this government comes to its senses and implements a rebate program that helps those who are currently feeling the pinch of most, and not just the wealthy few who can take advantage of these. Help those in need it most, Mr. Speaker, not simply those who can already afford it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I forgot to say that you guys didn't and wouldn't.
The honourable member from Morel Donut and the government house leader. The honourable member from Charlottetown Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to rise today and acknowledge my friend, my former boss, and a constituent of District 10 Charlottetown Winslow, Jennifer Evans. At the Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce's 15th Annual President's Excellence Awards this evening, Jennifer will be receiving the Volunteer Excellence Award. The Volunteer Excellence Award recognizes someone whose time, commitment, and contributions to the Chamber have been outstanding, and that description fits Jennifer to a T. Jennifer Evans is the General Manager and the General Sales Manager for Stingray Solutions in PEI, which includes, as many know, Ocean 100 and Hot 105.5. In the early 2000s, Jennifer sat on the Chamber's Board of Directors, eventually becoming the 113th Chamber President in 2018-2019. Jennifer has chaired the President's Excellence Awards Ticket Committee, as well as the Chamber's Membership and Communication Committees. Jennifer Evans created the Chamber's Good News campaign and is responsible for generating the Chamber logo. Beyond the Chamber, Jennifer is also active in the community by having served for many years on the steering committee for the Gold Cup and Saucer Parade in Charlottetown. I've known Jennifer for many years as a colleague and as a friend, and I can attest that she is most deserving of this award. I do want to congratulate Jennifer Evans on being named the 2021 Greater Charlottetown Area Chamber of Commerce's Volunteer Excellence Award winner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a healthcare crisis in this province. There are far too few doctors, and that means that far too many Islanders do not have access to basic health care. There is growing confusion around this government's delivery of mental health care, and thousands of families and individuals suffer in reluctant silence. The addiction crisis continues its assault, and government offers only delays and excuses to do nothing to keep harmful substances out of the veins of Islanders. Mr. Speaker, I was startled yesterday when the Premier said that talk about online gambling is uncomfortable for government. I was taken back last week when the Premier said questions about access to mental health care is a little more than politics. Mr. Speaker, this Premier, this government, was not elected to be comfortable. We are fortunate to live in a representative democracy. That means the great mass of citizens have asked each of you to be uncomfortable, to embrace challenges, and answer questions and act on behalf of the public good. To be perfectly blunt, you weren't elected to be comfortable. That's not the role. Of course, the Premier might say, wait a minute, we had a tough year. Well, every person in this province has had a tough year. And the doctor shortage is getting worse, and access to mental health care and addiction care is getting worse. And all the excuses, stories, and apologies are piling up at this government's doorstep. Today, both myself and my colleagues will continue to press our case on improving health care. And perhaps today we will hear more than the usual, can we do better, should we do better, answers that are becoming so common and tired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as noticed. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's question on water withdrawal noted that only one provincial recharge value is used, and this needs to be further explained. Published values are average values for the province, but expert hydrologists do not use a single value for all their assessments. Rather, different recharge values are used for different watersheds depending on where it is located in the province. Different areas can have different soil conditions. Whether there is stream flow data nearby that can be used for calibration, and also depending on the work, may use a different value by month. In some cases, a spot measure of the stream flow will be made to assist in this calibration work. In effect, different values are used reflecting the best combination of information available. Utilizing the best value for recharge is part of the assessment process for extraction permits. The department only permits safe levels for extraction. Its management processes are informed by science and change as new science is developed. And also, Mr. Speaker, the statement that research is needed on what amount can be drawn safely also needs further explanation. We have decades of information and science on groundwater available for PEI. New science is always welcome, but builds on what is already known. Permits have been issued on specific watershed basis for many years. This is not a new need. To issue those permits, each one of them requires an assessment of what can be utilized in a safe manner. Research is currently underway in the Coles Creek watershed to update and refine science information on what environmental flow needs are for Prince Edward Island. This work is being undertaken by UPEI and focuses on fish populations with respect to stream flow as impacted by water extraction. A key piece of this research is to inform the amount that can safely be withdrawn. In addition, proposed research on agriculture irrigation will also build on the science knowledge of groundwater extraction and the impacts on nearby stream flow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No one else? For our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for correcting himself yesterday whenever he said previously that we did not use provincial averages. I appreciate the clarification on that. Mr. Speaker, the changes to the Water Act regs make some farmers winners and some losers. If I'm a small farmer at the bottom of the dunk and I rely on a permit to extract surface water to take care of my crop, I'm concerned about the 16 holding ponds that are popping up in the area. If it's dry this summer, their ponds are filled, so no problem, but my permit is likely getting denied because that water isn't there for the river. Question to the Minister of Environment: how are you picking winners and losers?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
So I'm not actually picking winners and losers. I mean, the problem that I have with, and the Green Party doesn't obviously like farmers, I get that, and they're trying to vilify anybody who wants access to water. Here I am stuck in the middle trying to balance what is the best use of water for islanders, the best use of water for farmers who are also islanders, best uses for water for big water users like cities who are also islanders. This is all islanders' water. As far as surface irrigation goes, I'm not convinced that surface irrigation is the best method at all. I think that you know, if we were to say what the best method is, I don't think you'd like the answer, and I think you'd fight against that too. So it's really hard for me to act as the minister and be responsible to everybody in Prince Edward Island, which I know you guys don't have to be, and deal with the issue that's at hand in a responsible way. That said, Mr. Speaker, I'm not picking winners and losers. I meet with any of the industry stakeholders who are looking for information. I haven't even met with anybody from the farming community yet. I met with the Watershed Alliance. I had a great meeting with them. They're actually quite happy with the things that I told them. I think that we're on the right track, but we have to stop this pitting everybody against the farmers. It's not the farmers' fault. They're trying to feed you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we made it abundantly clear yesterday in our discussion on Motion 7 on sustainable agriculture that the Green Party is thoroughly behind every island farmer. Yesterday. Yesterday, I asked a series of questions to the Minister of Health and Wellness about the provision of primary healthcare services in the South Shore region. My focus, of course, was for the people who live in my area and who I represent, but the Minister twice responded about how critical it is that good access to these services is available across all the province, a position, of course, I completely agree with. We are representatives of individual districts, but we are here collectively to govern for the entire province, for all islanders. A question to the Premier. Do you also feel that broad, equitable access to healthcare services is an important part of providing good governance for all islanders?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I do. I believe in my heart, someone who's been born here and will die here, that all islanders are equal and we should have equal access to service. to the full extent that it can be provided and as close to home as possible, and that's what we're trying to do. I think, like me, the Leader of the Opposition believes in the patient getting the service that they need as close to the community as they need, and they're very open-minded, like this party is over here, to realizing that that's how the system of healthcare delivery is going to be today and into the future. It's going to be a more collaborative model. And I appreciate his question, Mr. Speaker, and I support wholeheartedly that across PEI we need to have accessible, high-quality service for Islanders as close to home as possible, Mr. Speaker, and that's the endeavour.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. There are many government services, of course, that are financed either entirely or primarily through taxpayers' dollars. Schools, roads, healthcare, libraries, for example. To the Premier, do you also feel that broad and equitable access to all these government services is an important part of providing good government to all Islanders?
Honourable Premier.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I think anyone who's been in this chair, I think that is the goal. I think sometimes there are difficulties in the delivery of that. I mean, I've been passionate in my former life about the importance of small schools and communities and how those services are actually needed to grow strong communities, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, I do believe that. I mean, I think as a government we strive to do that. We don't always hit it out of the park, obviously, but that is the overall goal, and we try hard every day to represent Islanders from tip to tip as fair and equitably as we possibly can.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So to provide this island-wide fair access requires balanced investments of public funds. I've spoken often about how important it is that we maintain our transportation system, our entire tip-to-tip transportation system, in good shape to allow safe and efficient movement of people and goods across this island. And I was delighted when the former Minister of Transportation of this administration said that the focus of this government would be to maintain the roads we have rather than build and expand on our existing system. To the Premier, do you think it is important for safety, fairness and economic reasons that we maintain our provincial roads regardless of where you live on this island?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do. I mean, I think last year we were harshly, and in my own as unbiased view as I can give in this chair, harshly and unfairly criticized for 265 kilometres of pavement across Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, probably the highest in our history. So yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. I think that we don't have a rail system like other locations have. We don't have an effective tip-to-tip public transportation system, and so that requires our goods and services to travel on pavement, Mr. Speaker. And as hard as it is on an island without a great base of bedrock, we try to put as much good pavement on the roads as we can and to maintain them to the best quality that we can.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So if we look at the amount of money that was spent on provincial highways in all districts across Prince Edward Island, it's clear that the spending is far from equitable. The former Minister of Transportation spent $8.8 million on provincial roads in his district over the last 2 years, while some other rural districts saw less than $200,000 in the year. In other words, 20 times more in the minister's district than in some others. If the Premier says we paved across Prince Edward Island, but we did not pave equitably across Prince Edward Island. To the Premier, is this an example of the broad and equitable access that you said was a hallmark of good government just a few minutes ago?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he must be getting the calls in District 17 that I've been getting in the neighbouring district, wondering why the MLA hasn't been lobbying for payment. So I'm glad to hear that he is. I'm glad to hear that he finally is. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have tried. I think if you look across 265 kilometres of pavement, it's pretty extensive across PEI. I think I know the district of the former minister well. I mean, the Trans-Canada Highway and Route Highway 3 go through there, two major thoroughfares, so I can assume that that might play a role in it. But I really do think that anybody in this legislature who outlines some of their needs within their communities, that this government and those before it and those to come after it, Mr. Speaker, will always be there to try to accommodate to the best we can.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I was careful to exclude the money spent on the Trans-Canada Highway because that's a federal project where the funding is quite entirely different. So when you campaigned, Premier, on a promise that it's about people, I believed that you meant, maybe naively, all of the people who call Prince Edward Island home. Not favouring those who live in districts represented by MLAs of a certain political stripe. To the Premier, what are you going to do to ensure that all islanders, regardless of whether you live in a blue, a green or a red district, will receive equitable funding to maintain the roads on which we work and live?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hardly believe there's been a person who sat in this chair who cares less about the political colours than me. I can say that. And I also think, Mr. Speaker, that a big part of being here is to try to be as consistent and fair as possible, Mr. Speaker. So it's a little bit confusing for me to hear you lobby so hard against paving, now to lobby for it. I want to work with everybody in this legislature. I want to work with everybody in here to pave as many roads as we possibly can, Mr. Speaker, within the budget that we can. I don't care who you vote for in this province. If you go to the polls next time and you don't vote for me, wonderful. I don't care. I don't use this office for any type of political motivation, Mr. Speaker. But we will work with any MLA or any individual group, community, otherwise, who wants to do something to move this island forward, Mr. Speaker. We've done that for 2 years and we'll do it for as long as we're here.
Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many issues have been brought forward in this House concerning the model and timelines for the rollout of the mobile mental health crisis teams. However, moving control of this service to Island EMS doesn't seem to solve any of those problems, and in fact create several new ones. Question to the Minister of Health: what problem or problems will moving the mobile mental health units to Island EMS actually solve?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify and emphasize that we are not moving the management of the rollout of mobile response units to Island EMS or Medivie. It is a mental health-led initiative, Mr. Speaker, that will be partnered certainly with Medivie, Island EMS, but it is led by the Department of Health and Wellness, our partner also under my ministry, Health PEI, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think with that message we can see how the workers and unions that are involved with this and everybody out there is really confused about what is actually happening with this model. Well, it's unclear what problems this is going to address with Island EMS taking some sort of leadership role. We know that there wasn't even a contract signed with Island EMS before announcing they would be taking over as the leads on the mobile crisis teams. Practically speaking, announcing this before you've completed the contract negotiations is like handing over a blank check to a private company, Medivie. Question to the Minister of Health: when decisions don't logically make sense, you can often find the answers by following the money. Who's really benefiting here?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you who's going to benefit here. Islanders. Islanders are the ones that are going to benefit here. I also want to emphasize once more, Mr. Speaker, that Island EMS is not the lead in this. They are a partner. They are a very necessary partner in this. But that Health PEI, the department, we are working with our partners in the unions as we move forward in this. To say that Island EMS is the lead, you will have to look, Mr. Speaker, at the number of new positions that are going to be created. And again, I want to emphasize, this is about Islanders, nobody else. But the number of new positions that are going to be created as an initiative here, at least 12 additional positions will be created within Health PEI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, we know that unions and staff were not meaningfully consulted on this model or these changes, it's completely unclear how health PEI staff, such as RNs, will be supervised by a private company or not. It's very unclear how that's going to work. There are simply no provisions in their collective agreement for this type of relationship. However, somehow, some of the health PEI staff have already been moved physically into the Island EMS headquarters. Question to the Minister of Health. You stated that you met with all 3 unions that have been directly impacted by this. How did they feel about this decision to move mobile mental health services to Medavie management?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many times I can emphasize that Medavie Island EMS is not the management, is not the lead on this. And I guess another point that the honourable member brought forward with regard to location of an individual's work. At the end of the day, to me, as minister, it does not matter where that individual is working out of. What matters is that a service, a very valuable service, is being provided and will be provided to the people of Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Pine Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, I'm less concerned about whether or not that is a concern of the ministers and how the unions feel, how the workers feel, and how Islanders feel about how this model is going to work. Mr. Speaker, there's also no ignoring the bigger picture issue here. Privatization of a healthcare service. Mr. Speaker, that is a slippery, slippery slope. Question to the Minister of Health. Why did you decide to privatize this healthcare service? And do you have any plans to privatize any other healthcare services?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really have to emphasize, I cannot emphasize too much, Mr. Speaker, that this is not, it is not privatization of any service. If this was privatization of service, Mr. Speaker, there would be a cost involved to the recipients. There is not going to be any cost involved to Islanders that need this service. 3 administrations, Mr. Speaker, have been putting this forward, and we are going to get it done, and we are going to get it done as soon as possible. The honourable member mentions different times with regard to no talks, no negotiations with the unions. Mr. Speaker, staff from Health PEI and staff from the Department of Health and Wellness have been working collectively, collaboratively with the unions. At the end of the day, the unions, Health PEI, Health and Wellness, we all want to get this done, and we want to get it done for Islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I do want to clarify that privatization doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the users that are paying a fee, which I believe is what the minister just said. Privatization is when a service is changed from public to private ownership or control. And what we're talking about here is control. Now, there is a lot of confusion. I'm hearing a lot of different messages here from the minister about what role Island EMS will or won't play. So, Minister of Health, the question to you is, do you have a contract with Island EMS, and can you clarify what this change, because you've announced a change, actually means?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to go back, first of all, to privatization. And again, as I said before, I cannot emphasize enough that this is not privatization. If it was privatization, would Health PEI be hiring 12 new positions to provide this very needed service to Islanders? My answer to that, Mr. Speaker, would be no. Would we as a government, would Health and Wellness, would Health PEI be working with partners to provide this very necessary service to Islanders? The answer again would be no, Mr. Speaker. But we are working with our partners. We're working with our unions. And at the end of the day, why are we doing that? We are doing it because we know that this is a valuable service that Islanders need, and we will be providing it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that our tourism and culture industries have been devastated by the COVID pandemic. Even though we now see vaccines being rolled out, tourists are not booking for this summer season because of the uncertainty. Question to the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture. What steps have you taken to enable island tourism businesses and visitors to plan and book with confidence in this coming summer season?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. So since last summer, we've worked with industry as a whole. We've rolled out more programs than any other province in this country to help support tourism. As well, we sat with industry on a weekly basis, listened to their concerns, get input from them, communicate well, and that's what it's key to. So last week we got to roll out a phenomenal plan for tourism here in Prince Edward Island with the Atlantic Bubble, and we've been working with industry and took their input and brought it to the table. So we're prepared to do the best we can here with the Atlantic Bubble opening up, and look forward to the 19th.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the answer. It is good to hear that things are happening. However, bubbles burst, and it appears that the main hurdle is uncertainty. What if you planned for the worst but allowed for relaxation of rules if not needed? So question to the Minister, have you and CPHO considered the possibility of inviting long-term tourists to come this summer as long as they commit to whatever requirements are in fact at the time of entry? After all, if you're staying 6 weeks or longer, you can easily find time to self-isolate if needed.
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly my department has had great conversations with CPHO and Dr. Morrison on the tourism industry. We know the tourism industry has been impacted more than any other in this island right now. So we've looked at all scenarios, and we're certainly working towards that. Until the vaccines get rolled out, we don't know what the outcome is, but we are going to be ready for it when the time is right. The main thing is we continue to communicate with industry, and we're starting with the Atlantic Bubble, and let's keep rolling out the vaccines. Let's hope the rest of the country can roll out the vaccines, and as soon as the vaccines get out, we can look at welcoming more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear you say that you were going to invite anybody to come. Cultural venues on PEI are getting used to performances with reduced audiences spaced properly apart. These venues should be able to book such performances now with the option to converting those limited seats into premier seating in larger audiences if restrictions are loosened. Question to the Minister, will your department support and fund such arrangements?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one thing our department is doing is working with industry. We're working with all the festivals, the halls, everything to make sure the money continues flowing to these organizations. At the same time, we followed science and health protocol for the safety of islanders right from day one of this pandemic. And we've listened to Dr. Morrison the whole way. We express any time from industry, we bring their issues to the table with Dr. Morrison, and we're going to continue to work that. But at this time, Mr. Speaker, we're going to follow until the vaccines roll out, and as soon as we can welcome more visitors to Prince Edward Island, we will do so.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Minister of Health. We know the Minister can do better, and we certainly know the Minister should do better. There's a series of doctor shortages across the province, and it's getting worse. Right now, there are over 10,000 people, 10,018 to be specific, in the Queens County area who lack access to a family doctor. Staggering numbers. Many of these islanders are facing serious complex health issues, and they are worried about their well-being and quality of care. Question to the Minister. Has the Minister considered any sort of plan to ensure older and more vulnerable islanders are provided priority access to family doctors?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when the honourable member says that the Minister can and will do better, we are here, certainly, Mr. Speaker, for all islanders. I do recall that in the honourable member's comments last week. He referred to me as the junior member, so I appreciate that, and I actually will take that as a compliment. But looking and moving forward, you look at the throne speech, at the budget that was brought down. You know, one of the things that we are looking at, Mr. Speaker, is with regard to medical homes and medical neighbourhoods. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, certainly our focus is to provide the very best health care for all Islanders, irregardless of what age or demographic group that they do fall within, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just looking at the gaps. There's announcements that come out. There's no timeline around it. There's serious struggles here with Islanders, especially in this demographic. So I'm in touch with one family, and they're facing a very difficult situation. It's a husband and wife, and they've been married for over 50 years. One person is the early stages of dementia, and the other half of the very fine couple is in rapidly declining health, Mr. Speaker. They're not looking for special treatment. They're looking for solutions that will help them now. They're looking for answers. Question to the minister, what do I tell them? And how many seniors are on the patient registry right now?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as to the exact number of seniors on the patient registry, I'll be honest, Mr. Speaker, I do not have that exact number. I will endeavour to get that from Health PEI and bring that information back. You know, the honourable member certainly raises a very valid point that we have to be there, we have to do better. And when you look at the budget that was brought down, we are, Mr. Speaker, we are endeavouring to do better, whether it's with regard to primary care, whether it's with regard to mental health, whether it's with regard to addictions. And I think all that you have to do, Mr. Speaker, and yes, it will take a certain amount of time, but all that you have to do, Mr. Speaker, is look at the budget that was brought down. Between health and wellness and Health PEI, an increase of $63.3 million this year, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty, your second supplementary.
That doesn't help the people I just talked about. Mr. Speaker, there was a promise made by this minister and his colleagues to deal with access to health care. We know the Premier has maybe thrown in the towel using things as often or as early as today as collaborative centres. We need to do something now, and I'm not sure when those are coming down. This should be the goal of this government, to get a doctor for each and every Islander. Question to the minister, how does this minister plan on getting our large island population of seniors off the registry and providing them access to a doctor and the quality of care they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do recall members from the previous administration that, yes, one of the primary platform planks was a doctor for every Islander. Is that a goal? Sure, it should be a goal. I'm not going to stand here, though, Mr. Speaker, as someone's previous administrations have done, and say, yes, we're going to do that. We will work towards that, but I'm not going to say, as like I said, some previous administrations have done that. But you look at some of the initiatives that we are taking, Mr. Speaker, for seniors, in particular seniors. We have seen, just as an example, shingles vaccination, which is a very positive move, which is a very targeted to that demographic, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Malaria Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure Islanders would be quite happy if we even could get back to the numbers that we used to have, Mr. Speaker, before this government took office. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, one of the leading talking heads at Health PEI, Dr. Michael Gardam, said many island patients are waiting for several days in emergency departments because of staff shortages. Now, we all know the government has basically thrown the towel in when it comes to addressing these problems, but a surrender will not improve access to health care for Islanders today. The minister stated he's advertising 12 new positions, but where is he going to get these people, Mr. Speaker? We obviously have a growing problem with health care staffing on Prince Edward Island. So, to the Minister of Health, what is the Minister of Health doing to ensure patients are getting the care they need today, not in 5 years?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And then, that's a very interesting question coming from Health Minister in the former administration that, promised that they were going to get a doctor for every Islander and certainly did not deliver on that. But let's look at the West Prince area, for example, Mr. Speaker, that I know that the Honourable Member has a real passion for, as does the Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road. And just to backtrack a little bit, maybe, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that the Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, District 27 and District 26, received very close to the same amount of pavement last year, although one was red and one was blue. But to get back to the Honourable Member's question, he's absolutely right. Part of it's recruitment, part of it is retention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mallory-Inverness.
I want to quote Dr. Gardam's interview as he went on, Mr. Speaker. When you add some of the changes we made back in last March because of COVID-19, what's happened is programs like we used to have, like restorative care program, got closed so we could free up more space. Then those staff slowly drifted away because we had so many staff openings. We need them elsewhere. So we have staff now drifting away and so many staff openings advertised. It reminds me of a bad karaoke tune, Mr. Speaker, sung by Uncle Cracker. Drift away. Question to the Minister, where did all these health professionals drift away to?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, a very interesting question from a former Minister of Health. One of the things that was pointed out to me when I did come into this ministry is, yes, what are we doing to retain our very valuable healthcare workers? And one of the things that needs to be done and is being done now, Mr. Speaker, is exit surveys to determine just why employees, why workers may be moving out of the system. But even part of that, as I had mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is the retention aspect of it. So not only exit surveys, Mr. Speaker, we need to continuously connect with our employees to see what is working, see what is not working. And again, Mr. Speaker, you look at the budget this year, $5 million over a 5-year period, $1 million this coming year for recruitment of nurses, of healthcare professionals, as well as $500,000, Mr. Speaker, for retention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member from Mallory-Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, surveys and recruiters don't necessarily solve the problem. Islanders need health care today, Mr. Speaker, and $1 million to these people isn't putting people on the front lines, Mr. Speaker. The same interview, Dr. Gardam said some patients waiting in the emergency room at the QH could be moved to addictions or mental health facilities. Yet, we still don't have any of these ill-conceived mobile health crisis teams operational. What is your plan today, Minister, to deal with these urgent situations until services are operational? And when is this new health team going to be started? I'll even take a best guess from you when they're going to start, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, as I had said before, Mr. Speaker.
Ill-conceived. You conceived them.
That's right, you conceived them. Two administrations ago, nothing took place, no action took place. Here we are, and we're going to have the rubber on the road. We are working with partners, and that is going to happen. And once again, Mr. Speaker, who is it about? It is about Islanders, and it's about providing services to Islanders from tip to tip. And, the Honourable Member speaks about healthcare professionals, recruitment, retention. Mr. Speaker, as I certainly understand it, in the western part of the province, presently, for the first time in years, we have a full complement of physicians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mallory-Inverness.
I might add, I think there's a full complement there when I was Minister too, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, having said that, that's fine. Mr. Speaker, question to your new Chief, to Minister of Health, your new Chief Operating Officer at Health PEI seems to suggest we have too few hospital beds on PEI. To quote Dr. Michael Gardam, we have roughly the same number of hospital beds now as we've had for a long time, yet our population is growing. He is correct. Is this the case? Do we have too few beds in our provincial acute care system? And to which hospitals are you going to add acute care beds and when?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the honourable member for the question. I think what we ultimately have to look at is right across the board, Mr. Speaker, the best location, the best service to provide for Islanders. Where is that in acute care? Is that in restorative care? Is it with regard to mental health and addictions? And I do give the former administration a certain amount of credit for some of the initiatives that they did get started on, at least conceived. I shouldn't say got started on, that they did have the idea of doing it. And again, mobile response units being one of them. The mental health campus, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the campus, there are two of the structures there that are well underway. We are increasing the number of beds, for example, Mr. Speaker, at Lacey House from 6 to 12. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Larry Inverness.
He's right, Mr. Speaker. Conception does start before delivery. You're the minister responsible for delivery now, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Carter also said he's hoping the province will open new long-term care beds next month to reduce the problems at QEH. To the Minister of Health, how many long-term care beds are you planning to open in April, and where and how will you staff them?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member certainly does raise a real challenge that we face, that previous administrations faced, and that is with regard to staffing. And again, Mr. Speaker, this goes back to us as a government, myself as Minister of this department, realizing completely that there are challenges there. And how are we going to address them? Well, one of the things, Mr. Speaker, and it does take time, is working with UPEI to increase the number of nursing seats. It's having dollars put out there for recruitment. It's increasing the incentives. Previous administration incentives for new nurses, $1,100. $1,100. We have increased that over fourfold, Mr. Speaker, and those are the types of things that we will continue to do for Islanders. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Larry Inverness, for second supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that, yes, the province is offering some bonuses to staff, but I might add, maybe you should check with some of the other provinces. They're kind of doing the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So it is very confusing. We have shortages in acute care, mental health, addictions, now long-term care, and according to government's expert talking head, the reason all of this is staff shortages. But government solution appears to be a desire to shuffle people around from one location to the other, from health centres to health hubs, now to health homes. It's like playing Russian roulette with Islanders' lives, Mr. Speaker. When is this minister going to catch up with this growing crisis across our healthcare system? COVID cannot be the excuse anymore.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member using the term playing Russian roulette. I don't know if the previous administration viewed health care in that manner. I certainly do not, Mr. Speaker. It's about Islanders, and it's about providing the service. And I will be the first to admit that there are challenges there, that there are major challenges there. But we are working towards a long-term, both a short-term delivery of service, Mr. Speaker, but also realizing what the short-term challenges are, what they're going to be over the long term, and, Mr. Speaker, how do we address them? How do we overcome them? And that's what this administration is doing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Montague-Kilmuir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Seniors Independence Program, a program brought in by the former administration, one thing they did do right in their 12 years in government. And this is a program that supports seniors living on their own to help them live at home longer. But recently, I had a constituent who gets support from the Seniors Independence Program. She lives on her own, and she was very grateful for the support. Now, she's also getting support through the Seniors Housing Program. The support she received impacted her taxes, and as a result, her rent was recalculated, and she was paying up to about $110 more a month in rent because she was getting help through the Seniors Independence Program. A question to the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Both the Seniors Independence Program and the Seniors Housing Program are administered through your department. Have you heard of other instances like this where programs are unintentionally working at cross purposes?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very good question that the member raises, and this is always a challenge when you have multiple programs where you have thresholds and of course grant amounts that are dependent on them. Mr. Speaker, this isn't an issue that I'm aware of, and it's one that I'll look into right away. And Mr. Speaker, I definitely encourage the member to reach into the department. I think this is probably one we can resolve quite quickly and easily.
The Honourable Member from Monaco-Kilmuir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my constituent is grateful for the support that she has received from both programs. But her situation highlights the potential for unintended consequences when supports are being targeted for our seniors. A question to the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Can your department look into ways to better align supports so that situations can be avoided where supports are given with one hand and unintentionally taken with the other?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that the department is really happy to provide these supports, and seniors are really glad to receive the Seniors Independence Initiative supports that they get. We had a debate earlier on a motion, and we got all those supports out there and how great they are. Everyone agreed it helps seniors age in place, and so definitely that's something we will look at. We are looking at, and we'll always work to do that. And I look forward to working with the member to resolve this particular situation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are well into the 5-year transition plan to fully implement the Municipal Government Act. The current stage has incorporated communities developing an emergency measures plan and an official land use plan. Land use planning is very important, but at the same time, it's complex and costly. Quotes can exceed $25,000 or higher for some of the municipalities. A question to the Minister of Fisheries and Communities. Will this government provide funding to assist small rural municipalities in developing their land use plans?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the honourable question this morning. We're actually working quite hard. We brought in changes last year in the Municipal Governments Act to allow communities to share services with other municipalities. And we're having them conversations with municipalities now, especially small ones, so that they can share services with other communities, and we are there to assist them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the amendments that came forward, and those will allow a better sharing of services, the chief administrative officers, etc. But that only works with neighboring communities where they're sharing borders with other incorporated communities. Otherwise, it's very, very complex. And sharing excessive amounts of money in order to develop land use plan is challenging for the small rural municipalities. The minister is on the records for saying that he's spoken to every single municipality across this province. A question to the minister: what concerns are you hearing from smaller rural municipalities that are in mostly unincorporated areas about meeting the MGA?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll correct something. Shared services allow communities can share services even if they do not share a common border. And that's being seen in different places across the island right now. I have communities that are talking to, I'm thinking of one area right now, one community in one district is talking to another community in a completely different district about how they can share services in regards to CAOs and in financial audits and all that kind of stuff. So that conversation is going on. But our department is very much there to support our municipalities, and they are reaching out to us, and we are actually approaching them and saying, how can we help you? Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The challenge with many of the small rural municipalities is they are not bordered by incorporated communities. They are bordered by unincorporated communities. And what they need is assistance in order to work through a plan. We've been pretty successful in amalgamation so far when you have neighbors that are actually have a council where they can negotiate amongst themselves. The challenge, though, is if you're not assisting the communities that are in unincorporated areas with this, you're almost forcing them into making a choice whether they're going to annex other unincorporated communities, and we've heard how that works, or they're going to have to dissolve. So the community of Alexandra has had a public consultation. They were loaded up with questions from their residents about how are we going to do this, what does this mean, or what are all of our options.
Question?
They have not actually received a valid response that they can go back to their community with. A question to the minister: why are you forcing small rural municipalities to make impossible choices between annexation and dissolving?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not forcing any municipality to do anything. We are working very hard to work with these municipalities. If the community of Alexandra or the municipality of Alexandra want to reach out to me, I will travel.
They did.
I have never received a request from them for me to come in the last little bit. Last time I met with them was over probably last year sometime, and we had a great conversation. But I will go to any municipality in this province at any time to meet with them and give them the option of working. Thank you.
End of question period. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy, Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. PEI has set bold targets to be the first province in Canada to reach net zero energy by 2030 and to have net zero emissions by 2040. Transportation is one of the largest sources of our emissions. We know we need to make changes and modify behavior to meet our goals and help protect the environment. Active transportation is top of mind more and more than ever. Islanders are spending more time outside, and it's a perfect opportunity to find new ways to move about our province and enjoy doing more walking and cycling and using community transit. I'm happy to announce that through the Active Transportation Fund, we have increased funding opportunities for small communities. Each year, municipalities with less than 5,000 people will receive 100% of their project costs covered up to the first $75,000, and then 50% after the $75,000. Those who have applied for the Active Transportation Fund this year will be eligible. The funding increases means for rural and small communities to be able to tackle some of these bigger projects that large municipalities can. Islanders can see the updated guidelines on the provincial government website. I would also encourage Islanders to review the Active Transportation Strategy. We had some exciting developments in active transportation across our island this past year, including the beginning stages to the active transportation corridor on the Hillsborough Bridge. The strategy will guide and inform our actions as we continue to improve active transportation opportunities for all people in our province. It's important that our active transportation network include communities from tip to tip in PEI so that every Islander can be as active as possible. We all have to do our part to create a sustainable future for our province and our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much for the statement, Minister. It's great to know that some of the Active Transportation Fund is going to be available from tip to tip across this province and for small communities, and I look forward to in District 17 seeing some projects going ahead there. And I know that there have been a number of allies here working with government, persuading them, encouraging them to make this fund flexible so that it can be used across the province. And I appreciate this. It's been great, of course, to watch the main active transportation corridor come to life on the Hillsborough Bridge. And of course, with the density of population in the capital region, it only makes sense for us to start there if we want to get the biggest bang for our buck from active transportation spending. And I drove across the bridge the other day, actually, and was pleasantly surprised at how far along that project is. And I so look forward to seeing families walking, cycling, skateboarding, inline skating, whatever, across that bridge in the years ahead. I think it has the ability to bring forward all of the benefits that active transportation have. Benefits for healthy living, healthier people, benefits for a healthier environment, cleaner air, less damage to our roads, healthier communities where we actually interact with each other face to face rather than waving from inside cars. So there are so many wonderful things that come from a properly designed, integrated active transportation system. I realize, of course, that we live in a province where, although we're the most densely populated province in Canada, we're also the province where we have the largest percentage of people living in rural areas. And I don't ever expect us to have a fully integrated tip-to-tip active transportation system. However, it would be lovely if we continue to pave the shoulders as we're doing and provide that possibility for the road bikers who are out there, people who come to our province. You know, we're getting known more and more as a cycling destination here, and to be able to provide them as much as we can across this entire province with a safe place for them to come enjoy their vacations here, and of course for Islanders who live here, it's a wonderful thing. So thank you for this announcement, Minister. I look forward to all kinds of things sprouting up across this province. Thank you.
The honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness, third-party whip.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly commend the Minister in this. We certainly are very pleased to see the federal and provincial governments continue their commitment to active transportation pathways across the province. And as we see, weather is improving, and I noticed it in my own area too, Mr. Speaker. More Islanders are beginning to get out and enjoy the early spring weather, and I see people walking by in the Murray Road. And I'm kind of looking forward. I may have to walk to the Moth Lane Brewery this Friday just because the road's not so good down there. It's a little bit muddy, so that's always good to have Islanders get out there. But I'll be there. Active transportation pathways provide a great opportunity for Islanders to safely use other forms of transportation, such as cycling. And as has been noted in this House, there is also potential tourism opportunities that could come from expanded active transportation paths through the province. I do note, I commend the former minister when it came to, we're doing a section of the Howland Road, Mr. Speaker, where we paved the shoulders, and I believe I've seen it's out to tender to complete the rest of the way, all the way to the Confederation Trail, so cyclists can come from the Confederation Trail and get right through Howland Road through to the Mill River Resort. Another benefit to active transportation is the positive impacts it has on the environment. Transportation accounts for a large portion of our greenhouse gas emissions, and so by encouraging Islanders to use other transportation, we can reduce those emissions. And I would encourage the new minister, when it comes to active transportation, to make sure that they look at some of the locations like West Point, the lighthouse. I'd love to see some sort of access to cyclists to get there. And more importantly is the one to the Canadian Potato Museum. It's a very short stretch, Mr. Speaker, and I really would like to see that happen there. And I think the community of O'Leary is also advocating for that as well. So it is encouraging to see this government's commitment to active transportation, despite the ongoing climate changes and the debate that seems to be unfolding in the Conservative Party of Canada. But they seem to believe that climate change is not happening. But I do want to thank our federal counterparts in this, because I believe 80% of the funding actually comes from the federal government. And I know I've been working closely with my MP for the area, Bobby Morrissey, in identifying some of these projects, like I mentioned, the West Point Lighthouse and the Canadian Potato Museum. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The global pandemic has affected all Islanders, but it certainly has had a disproportionate impact on many groups and demographics. As we embark on our road to economic recovery, our plan must support all Islanders. For the first time ever, a gender and diversity lens was applied to the pre-budget consultation process, ensuring that the diverse perspectives of Islanders were included in the budget 2021-2022. Included in this year's budget is several initiatives to enhance the status of women portfolio. A new gender and diversity analyst position, the first of its kind in the provincial government, will increase capacity across government to provide a gender and diversity lens to policy and program initiatives. The budget also doubles the amount of funding available through the Interministerial Women's Secretariat Grant. This increase will support projects that enhance awareness, education, and social action on women's legal, health, social, and economic equality issues. Additionally, the province of Prince Edward Island has increased its early childhood education budget by 41%. This includes the launch of our Universal Pre-K program this September, the designation of 8 new early years centers, the creation of 300 additional childcare spaces across the province, increased wages for early childhood educators, and funding to support training and professional development for early childhood educators. As of January 2022, we will be lowering the fixed rate for childcare to $25 per day. The pandemic has made it even more evident of how essential it is to invest in affordable, accessible early learning and childcare. This is important both to support the growth and development of our children and also so that women can get back into the workforce. Mr. Speaker, these are incredible and encouraging steps forward, as we know there is more to be done. More work to develop meaningful processes to advance gender equality and diversity will take place over the coming years. Our government will continue our efforts to create strong, vibrant, and safe communities where all people are heard and respected. communities where policies and programs are reflective of the diverse needs of all islanders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and there's certainly some good news woven out throughout. I'm curious how the gender and diversity lens was applied to the budget. If we've hired the person who was going to be hired to do that. I was told before that that was too big of a job, so I'd love to hear a little bit more on that. You know, if we're applying a gender and diversity lens, it means that we are considering the impacts on women and those who identify as such in all of our decisions. It does not mean that we automatically increase Women Project grants lines. I look forward to digging into that more to see exactly what this announcement means. As I mentioned before, there's nothing really new that was announced there. You know, I really look forward to hearing how this will address sexual harassment in the workplace. That is something that we've been hearing about on this side of the room quite a bit. And it seems like once someone starts talking about it and they start talking in their own circles, it encourages others to come forward and share their stories, which is what we're hearing now. And so I look forward to hearing more about the new hire. I look forward to seeing what work they will undertake. And I also look forward to see which departments have been prioritized as a starting point. Because I think that when we truly and appropriately use a gender and diversity lens, that means it's applied across departments on every policy decision. And I wonder how one person, if it's solely on the shoulders of one person, how they will take on that task, because Islanders deserve that, and we want it done properly. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd compliment the minister on this announcement, and I too would like to look at things a little bit more specifically when we get into the budget for sure. And you talk about gender and diverse lens, and those are very important, and I'm glad that you looked at that. I'd like to see some more information on that. I kind of look at those diversity. We're getting to the point where we need a diversity and we need a gender. Need those roles more or less separated, and to have more positions in that area. But the doubling of the budget for women's grants is a very amazing step, and I think it's gonna go to a lot of great organizations that are going to do a lot of good. The childcare investments that you spoke about, moving in the right direction. I think that there's quite a lot of questions around that, and I think a rate to $25 is a great thing. And we just need to make sure that it doesn't cause stress in the transition as we get going for the families and as we get going along. And I'd like to just point out too, the mental health of women has struggled a lot in the last year and stuff, and maybe there's some specific things that we can add in the budget moving forward that can deal and address with that to help them out. But this in whole is positive. I think we need to do more, and you're on the right track. Thank you.
End of statements. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table a couple of pictures of a supposedly paved road in District 17 in my efforts to make sure that we have equitable access to good transportation systems across this entire province for every islander. And I move, seconded by Mermaid Stratford, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg to leave to table a report on borrowing, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table a written question for the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture, and I move, seconded by the member from Morel-Donagh, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honorable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, the minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table answers to written questions submitted by the member for Charlottetown Victoria Park, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honorable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
To the House, I begged leave to table statistics for impaired driving here on Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, it goes back to 1967-68. Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm tabling this is there's a very important motion coming up here in a little while that we'll be, I wouldn't say debating, we'll be talking about. I don't think there's any debate that impaired driving is a serious issue. Mr. Speaker, I move, and seconded by the Finance Minister, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I miss anyone? No. End of documents. Reports by committees. The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management, and the following receipt of the unanimous report of the committee regarding Bill 100 and Bill 102 yesterday, I moved, seconded by the Honourable Member from Morell-Donagh, that the report of the committee be adopted. Mr. Speaker, in December 2020, the Legislative Assembly passed Bill 125. That replaced the previous Legislative Assembly Act. Pursuant to subsection 46(2) of this new Act, any bill related to the Legislative Assembly or the administration of its offices shall be committed to the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management for consideration and may be brought before the Legislative Assembly in accordance with the procedure for public bills and the rules of the Legislative Assembly. This new process ensures that when a bill affecting the Legislative Assembly is introduced in the House, the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management is consulted. This committee will not be commenting on the merits or value of legislation committed to it, but instead will focus on how it anticipates a particular bill would affect matters that are within its jurisdiction. As laid out in Section 46 of the Legislative Assembly Act, the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management has jurisdiction respecting A, the administration of the Legislative Assembly, B, the provision of security, facilities, and services, including their allocation to party caucuses and individual members, C, the determination and regulation of the pay and other terms and conditions of employment of officers and employees of the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Legislative Assembly. D, the appointment of the staff of the Legislative Assembly other than the staff of party caucus offices. E, the review of the estimates of expenditure for Legislative Assembly, including the forecast and analysis of expenditures and financial commitments of the Legislative Assembly. And F, such other matters as the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management considers necessary for the efficient and effective operation and management of the Legislative Assembly. Our recommendations are the Elections Age Act. Only Section 1 of the Election Age Act is related to the Legislative Assembly. In terms of the powers and duties of this committee outlined above, Section 1 of the Election Age Act does not infringe upon matters under the jurisdiction of this committee. Section 2 affects the Municipal Government Act and is not related to the Legislative Assembly. The Seniors Advocate Act. While this bill does have implications on the operations of the Legislative Assembly, the committee recognizes that should the House decide to pass a bill like this, the committee will determine how to exercise its powers and duties as outlined above. The committee would like to make the following recommended amendment to the House. Section 4 of Bill 102 be amended to ensure that remuneration of the position is determined by the Standing Committee on Legislative Assembly Management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, is there anyone who would like to speak to the adoption of the report? No? Shall it carry? Thank you, Member. Introduction of government bills. Motions other than government? The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford. The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke and the Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled An Act to Amend the Health Services Act, and I move, seconded by Summerside Wilmot, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 106, an act to amend the Health Services Act, read a first time.
Overview, member?
Yes, thank you. This bill reverses the changes to the Health Services Act that were made in 2018 that removed some powers from the Health PEI Board and placed them with the Minister of Health and Wellness. This bill places the power to determine the internal management and organization of Health PEI with the board. This bill also changes the composition of the board of directors of Health PEI by increasing its size. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled Broadband is an Essential Service Act, and I move, seconded by Cornwall Meadowbank, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 105, Broadband is an Essential Service Act, read a first time.
Overview, member?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, the purpose of the Act is to guide policies and investments toward the goal of universal access to affordable and reliable high-speed internet, in particular for rural areas of the province. It also provides for the development of a broadband connectivity strategy, sets out the elements for the strategy, requires the strategy to be updated, and that the updates include the progress reports on its implementation, and that the minister must consult with developing the strategy and updates. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any other motions other than government? Orders other than government. The honourable member from Mermaid, Stratford, and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that motion 28 be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
The member for Charlottetown Victoria Park moves, seconded by the member for Summerside Wilmot, the following motion. Whereas the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child has identified that the right to play is at the heart of children's lives. And whereas play-based education in PEI's school system is currently only mandated in kindergarten. And whereas many island teachers of all grades understand the importance of play in a child's learning and development, and work to incorporate play-based learning well beyond the kindergarten years. And whereas play-based curriculum is not directly supported in grades higher than kindergarten on PEI. And whereas teachers are not supported to implement play-based learning techniques. And whereas exclusive play-based learning is an evidence-based approach for ideal childhood development and learning up to the age of 8. And whereas play-based learning supports the physical and mental well-being of children. And whereas outdoor play uniquely offers physical, social, emotional, and intellectual benefits for children's development. And whereas the PEI Children's Report 2017 concluded that obesity rates among children are rising and that children are with the most deprivation and low family affluence were significantly more likely to have obesity. And whereas government has committed to providing evidence-based systems and supports across all departments, including education. Therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to immediately support teachers to implement exclusive play-based learning curriculum into grade 1 across the public schools branch. Therefore be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to work with our educators to implement exclusive or increased play-based learning curriculum across all public schools branch grades on PEI.
Now I'll move to the motion. Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Playing is sometimes thought of as a waste of time, but if you ask any professional who works with children, they will tell you that that is 100% wrong. Ask any psychologist or counselor who works with children. How do they do their session? It's most often through play. Let the kids play. Let the kids interact. And that is how trauma is both identified and treated in their natural habitat. Play is the natural way that young children discharge the tensions of their daily life. When we go home after a long day of work, we may go home and find our own ways to unwind, whether that's go for a walk, do some yoga, have a cup of tea, watch the news, whatever that is. These things are important for everyone to lower their anxiety levels, their stress levels, and to improve their mental wellness. When children need to unwind, lower their own anxieties, whether they realize that or not, they often do so through play, and that's just what they naturally do. What do we want for our children? I think we would all agree in this room, we all want them to learn academically. We want them to learn socially. We want them to know boundaries, to be safe physically, socially, and emotionally. We want them to be happy and healthy. We want them to develop at their own pace, to develop at their full potential, whatever that means to them. How do we achieve this for our young children? It's very simple. We let them play. We make play the largest part of their day because that is what they need. That is how they come to understand being a little person in a big world, and that is how they learn. I'm going to tell a little story about my days back in grade 1, and there's certain moments, a lot of those days kind of tend to blur together when you're in a classroom with up to 25 5- and 6-year-olds running around. And in our current state, while we do our best to incorporate play, they spend most of their day in many classrooms sitting at a desk all day. So one day in particular was a bright, beautiful, sunshiny day outside, and I was running around my grade 1 classroom trying to organize things while trying to get them to work independently, which is impossible, but you know, you do your best every day. And so I was doing my thing, and I happened to look up, and I looked over at, and I'm gonna read this part because when I wrote it, I thought it just came out of me, but it just suited this little guy so well. I noticed sweet, happy, enthusiastic to the core, Harry. His head was down in his hands. I might even cry talking about this. His head was down in his hands, and I froze for a moment with tears forming in my eyes because that was the moment. It's the most dreaded moment of any teacher, is when you see the self-talk, I'm stupid, take over, because it changes their whole entire life. I saw it in that very moment, and I just sat there frozen, but he had been struggling academically. We suspected some learning challenges, and he was receiving limited supports. And I say limited only because we did the best we could with what we had. My mind fast-forwarded to George. He wanted so badly to read. I had been in one of my teaching positions to fill my full complement. I was asked to work with 3 boys who were in junior high who had very challenging home lives. And I had been asked to kind of, because of my interest and my strengths, I was asked to work with these boys. And so I would, you know, he'd arrive in the morning, one of them would arrive in the morning, we'd make sure that he had showered, he had deodorant, he had clothing, he had a pencil, he had everything he needed to get through his day. And he looked at me, we had a pretty good relationship, and he said, I just want to read. And I said, I knew the reality. He was in grade 9 and he read at a grade 2 level. And so the books I would be reading with him were baby books, essentially. My son would be mad at me if he heard me saying that about grade 2 students. He was 14 years old and he wanted to read the newspaper. And so I knew how discouraging that would be for him, but that's what we tried to do. Was it successful? Nope. Did it? And it just contributed in such a grand way to his poor mental health. In both of those instances, those are just 2 incidents in a 15-year teaching counseling career. So there were many, many more. But you stand there in all of those instances and think to yourself, what am I going to do? How did we let this happen? And why aren't we going to do anything about it? It happens in our classroom under our watch, and we feel helpless. We have a huge systemic issue that we are not addressing, and it is our children who are suffering. For a huge majority of our children, school is just not working. Despite the fact that we have dedicated, passionate, competent educators and school personnel, despite the fact that we know what kids need to learn, we just need to take a step back and think about that. Early this week, there was an article released, and we spoke about that quite a bit in this house in the last couple of days, released by Sally Pitt, that showed deeply concerning trends on PEI. Reports of sexual abuse against children are high on PEI and are getting worse. And I'll say it again because I vowed to say it every opportunity I got. 1 in 5 children on PEI are abused at some point during their childhood. But now that number may be even higher. Between 2014 and 2019, reports of sexual violations against children doubled. They doubled. But as we talked about yesterday, regarding sexual violence against women, children don't often get the justice they deserve. Children report abuse because they want it to stop, said St. Germain. This is from the article, Sally Pitt's article. But many of these cases don't make it to court, as children don't make ideal witnesses. They don't usually stand up well to cross-examination and don't necessarily remember violations against them in a way that's linear and easy for them to explain. I want us to think about that for a second. That is an adult speaking of a child. We're not, as an educator, as a counselor, I know that you need to get down to their level to understand them. But clearly, this is an understanding that's not doing that. Most children will never come forward because they don't feel they will be believed or because they're scared. And this is where play comes in. I believe we can do better in PEI. In fact, if I had my way, we would be reforming our education system, starting with the primary years. Because if we did that better, if we truly understood and honored and reflected in our practice how we know they learn, the rest would iron itself out throughout the rest of the years. We would be able to target the children who are genuinely experiencing cognitive growth delays, physical growth delays, health delays, mental health delays, whatever that looks like. If we let them iron out their own development and honored how they developed on their own, early intervention and prevention would be a much smaller thing that we need to deal with, if that makes sense. Children's brains are way different than ours. For us to stand in here and imagine that we understand is a little bit crazy. We need to understand that the only way that certain connections in our brains are made needed to hold a pencil, to sit still, to have the core strength to sit in our chair. I think I've mentioned that in here before. We've got a severe problem with children in our country who cannot sit in their chairs all day because they don't have the core strength. They need these skills to read, to work in a group, to develop life and social skills, to know what it means to be a good friend. I could go on forever. The only way that they can truly do those, and the only way we can truly expect them to do that, is to let them climb that tree, jump over that tree stump, play with sticks, jump in puddles, as much as we can. I've spoken here before, and I was a huge advocate for getting rid of the grade 3 assessments, and I'd really love to take this opportunity to explain that a little bit deeper, even though I have explained that before. It's very clear in here that we want our children to achieve, and we measure success in education by those achievement marks. We want our province, our country, to rank well in assessments. So what that means, whether it's our intent or not, especially at that young age, is that the pressure comes from in here, from up here, and it trickles down. It puts immense pressure on our children. My nephew and my daughter both said when they found out I got elected, "Mom, will you please take away grade 3 assessments?" They came to me and said that. So what I experienced as a grade 1 teacher, so I taught grade 3 for 1 year. And I can tell you, I was thrilled to be teaching that age group. And what the reality was, I knew how they best learned, but how I spent my day was teaching to the test, because I had to get them ready for how you set up test structures. I had writing words, I had words all over my wall, I had vocabulary, I had everything you can imagine to support their learning. And literally the day of the test, you go around and rip those down. When they raise their hand and ask you for help, you have to say, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." How is that going to help our children do well on a test? It just doesn't. It doesn't. So what happens, of course, as a result, our assessment marks are not good. I'm not saying there's no place for assessment. I'm suggesting that we need to understand what we know about brain development to say what we are assessing, why we are assessing, and why that matters. And so we weren't doing well in grade 3. So then, sitting in our meeting, through no fault of school personnel, this is what we are mandated to do. So we were told then, oh, grade 2 teachers, you need to start working to get the kids ready for the grade 3 assessment. So that makes basically everything you know about a child and how they learn, you throw that out the window to teach them how to write a story sequence using words such as first and then next. And you just throw away all of that valuable playtime and face-to-face time with kids because you're feeling that pressure. I'm not saying that was every day, but I am certainly saying that you feel that stress as a teacher, and it comes out in how you treat the children and how you teach. So grade 2, we still weren't doing well. Guess what? I'm teaching grade 1 now, and it comes to me in grade 1 to start teaching to the test, which I refused to do. Then, sitting in a meeting, our kindergarten teachers are asking for their professional development days so that they can develop materials to help the kids succeed in grade 3 assessments. Kindergarten is play-based. I do not know a kindergarten teacher who would argue that that is the most important part of kindergarten, but whether we realize it or not, things like grade 3 assessments take away from what our kids need to succeed. And I'm not talking so they do well in grade 3 assessments. I'm talking so that they are successful, happy adults, whatever that means to them. It's lifelong. The skills that you learn as a child while playing, if you take that away, you never, ever, ever get to go back. I talk to psychologists on a regular basis who do, the therapy, bonding therapy. So babies who didn't get the luxury or the privilege of being held and loved and comforted by their mom or another adult, they're adults now, and they're sitting on psychologists' laps being snuggled because they missed that crucial development point. I'm not exaggerating, I'm not lying. So that's why I lobby so hard to get rid of grade 3 assessments. And if we want to assess, that's fine. But let's look at what we're assessing, because what we're assessing now, I hope we throw those grade 3 assessments out the window as we currently know them and never take those back. Finland's education system, they've got a couple of things really right there, and they're play-based until the age of 8. They want children to develop properly, healthily, and develop their full potential, whatever that looks like for them. They want to foster a curiosity, an excitement for reading, an excitement for writing. And I encourage everyone to look into that, that education system, because there's others like it, but I just finished reading a book on that. It's fresh in my mind. In PEI, we are severely challenged here to provide our children with the early intervention and prevention they need. It's overwhelming. That is made clear by the amount of people who contact us about wait times for psych ed assessments, wait times and lack of autism supports, times with EA, wait times for pediatricians, wait times and lack of mental health supports. I could go on and on. By simply honoring the way our kids learn and letting them play and develop optimally, I guarantee you some of these services the need for these services would decrease drastically. Because right now we are expecting too much of our kids. When I would do parent-teacher interviews with grade 1 parents, they'd come into my classroom and they'd sit down and they would say, they would be freaking out because their child wasn't at the proper reading level or at the writing as they should. And every time I would say to them in a quiet voice, because I didn't want to get in trouble, but I would say, they're 6 years old. They're going to be fine. What they should be doing right now is playing and running and having fun and having structured play in their day and having center time. They shouldn't be expected to sit at a desk and write how many, I think it was a 4-sentence paragraph we expected them to write in grade 1. That's ridiculous. That's a lot. Many of us in here have a hard time writing, I'm sure, 4 sentences on our own. So I would say to them, it's going to be fine. And I would often follow that up by saying there may be many teachers in the school who would not say that same thing, but it's true. And they really appreciated that because I encouraged them to let their kids be kids, because as parents, that's what we want to do. And as educators, we're pressured to do differently. as we were writing this, the motion, I reached out to various teachers and EAs that I've worked with over the years to get some feedback, because I didn't want to assume that I knew. And I knew they would be all for it. The only concerns they had was that they wanted to make sure that the proper resources were there. A lot of them had concerns with the fact that we don't fund playgrounds, that the inequities caused by that. You know, schools with smaller populations and that aren't as wealthy don't have the playgrounds. That if you just go around this province and look at the different playgrounds, it's just not fair. So they wanted to ensure that proper resources would be provided. And it was actually part of it whenever we said later on about putting play in throughout all the grades, that was directly from our educators. They suggested that we should absolutely go play-based because it honors our children by letting them play, which is a human right, as mentioned in the motion. As we consider obesity rates, diabetes rates, increasing sedentary lifestyles, I think it's more important than ever that we consider intentionally creating ways for educators to help students have fun and play a little bit in their day, because heaven knows we could use it. We must stop and take a step back. We're doing something wrong, and it's a pretty easy fix. We have the knowledge, we have the data, we have the capacity. We need a government who not only understands this, but who has the boldness and the leadership to make great changes happen so that our school system produces happy, productive, confident citizens, because I can tell you right now, when they walk into when they walk into grade 1 classrooms, they are full of that. But it is our school system that takes that out of them. The Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning told me that she wants to work together, that she wants to do things differently, which we've both found a bit challenging in the political landscape. But let's change the way we do education to make it a more successful experience for our children and educators alike. This will touch the future in countless healthy ways. I want us to imagine the ripple effects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is such a pleasure to get to second this motion. It has been said that play is the work of childhood, and research has supported the value that play brings both to the life of a child and to their learning. But all too often, play is considered secondary to academics, with less and less space being made for the former as we try to improve the latter. But these two things are in no way unrelated. Understanding how play supports learning means understanding how children learn. Teachers of students who have had experience with play-based learning report that children were more focused, more motivated, and more purposeful. They were happier. Bringing play-based learning to the classroom creates joy, and therefore is an excellent motivator to fully explore academic standards that deepen learning because it's meaningful to them. And those benefits do not stop in kindergarten. Finland has consistently ranked among the best education systems in the world and has proudly brought play-based learning into the early years, as my colleague already pointed out. Finnish national curriculum states, the concept of learning is also based on a view of the child's active agency. Learning is holistic and occurs everywhere. Children learn by playing, moving, exploring, working on different assignments and expressing themselves, as well as through activities based in art. Play is significant for the learning of children. It motivates the child and brings joy while allowing the children to learn many skills and acquire knowledge. It is necessary to understand the intrinsic value of play for the child, as well as the benefit it has to learning and children's holistic growth and well-being. Learning through play means a child's knowledge is built upon to find meaning instead of them having to give the right answers, to discuss concepts instead of listening and memorizing, and to be creative and design their own learning through engaging with the content. Mr. Speaker, it was a great privilege of mine, and an extraordinary privilege, in fact, that I had the opportunity to homeschool my children for a couple of years. And as a result of that, I had a lot of materials to help me engage with play-based learning with my kids. When my youngest started the school system, he found that challenging. He really struggled with some of his early concepts. And as my colleague described, the look on a child's face when they have that moment where they believe they are stupid is a real struggle. And that is the experience of a lot of kids in public school, unfortunately. Now, I was really lucky because I have extraordinary privilege, and I have had evenings, because we've changed the hours in this house, where I could work with my son with some play-based learning techniques that helped him understand concepts in a way that let him engage with it more fully. And I was telling my colleagues, he came home last week and had said to me, I got all the answers on my math sheet right for the first time, and it feels lovely. And it's a privilege that not everyone has, to have the time and the resources to be able to work with our kids. Not everyone is in that position. In fact, most people are not. And I can't imagine what it feels like to be a parent in that situation when you recognize the system is not meeting the needs of your child and that you're not able to do anything about it. The benefits of play on academic learning are well documented and significant, but academics are by no means the only benefit we see. Play has been found to foster creativity, imagination, to encourage cognitive, emotional, and social skills. It cultivates initiative and independence. It promotes problem solving and decision making. And not the least of the benefits, it teaches emotional control and furthers cooperation with others. And children learn boundaries that help them to be safe physically, socially, and emotionally. I urge government to support this motion and bring play-based learning into the primary grades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, the Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I firstly want to thank my honourable colleagues for bringing forward this motion, and thank you both for the passion you bring to the subject. It's very moving, so thank you. I have one concern with the motion as drafted, and that is that the honourable members opposite have failed to include la Commission scolaire de la langue française. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the important role that our French language school board, la Commission scolaire de la langue française, plays in our larger provincial education system. Regarding the topic of this motion, the Department of Education Lifelong Learning understands the importance of play in children's learning and the need to continue to not only update but also pursue thoughtful and deliberate programming changes. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that the benefits to enhancing play-based learning are inclusionary and incorporates our students who attend our French language schools. In keeping with the Council of Ministers of Education Canada's statement on play-based learning, the Department of Education Lifelong Learning is making important changes to our curriculum, instruction, and assessment practices that are consistent with research and international advances in public education. We want to expand the opportunities for play, for creativity, for inquiry, and for experiential learning, to respect the continuum of play-based learning as it applies to all students. Children learn well when they are mentally active, engaged, social, and can make meaningful connections to their lives, which are all characteristics of play. The 300 minutes that students spend in school each day provide opportunities for a variety of forms of play, cooperative, dramatic, competitive, physical, and constructive, that are organized and free, formal, and informal. In Key Stages 1 and 2, this includes expanding play-based opportunities through integrated curriculum. For Key Stage 3, it includes updating and implementing experiential and exploratory curriculum. In Key Stage 4, it is about developing competency-based curriculum. Last year, the Department of Education Lifelong Learning completed an environmental scan of our kindergarten program led by Dr. Gabriela Arias de Sanchez, an expert in our early childhood education. One of the key findings was the limited opportunity for children to play and learn through play in kindergarten. In response, the Department's English Education Programs and Services Division recently created a committee of department staff and public school branch kindergarten teachers and administrators to identify actions to be implemented in September 2021 and beyond. French Education, Programs and Services is planning on doing that work in 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, play-based inquiry learning should be continuous and integral part of kindergarten to grade 3. Jane Bertrand of the Margaret and Wallace McCain Family Foundation at the Continuity of Learning Early Learning Summit held in British Columbia on November 8, 2019, noted the importance of transitioning from getting children ready for school and getting schools ready for children to continuous learning pathways and shared pedagogy teaching practices. The Department of Education and Lifelong Learning is taking this important step. Similar to the curriculum and pedagogical advances in other jurisdictions, we are currently in the process of implementing an integrated curriculum for Key Stage 1, which is our primary years of grades 1 to 3. The integrated curriculum is a progressive and comprehensive approach to teaching and learning that incorporates play and inquiry-based learning that is developmentally appropriate. The integrated curriculum is a more appropriate curriculum in that it draws on and incorporates cross-curriculum outcomes into key units of inquiry where students learn through play, experience, creativity, and inquiry rather than instruction in discrete subject areas. It provides important pedagogical advances for Key Stage 1. The new Key Stage 1 curriculum will provide a minimum of 50% of the day in one or more forms of play. Similar units are being developed for grades 4 and 6 that are appropriate to the learning of this age group. Mr. Speaker, I should also point out that within the department, we are working together to improve transitions from early childhood education into the school system. We want our children to be successful. We want them to have a love for learning. Mr. Speaker, just on a personal note, the other day I picked up my kids from daycare, and the director of the childcare facility, she came out, of Tiny Tots, she came out and said to me, your boys have been outside the entire day, and they went for 2 long walks, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it warmed my heart, it burst my heart. It was great to hear that they had been outside playing. So, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I wish to now move an amendment to this motion to ensure the inclusion of la Commission scolaire de la langue française. I move, seconded by the Minister of Agriculture and Land, that the motion be amended by the addition of en la Commission scolaire de la langue française to clauses 11 and 12 of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, do you have copies of the amendment?
I do, yeah.
Thank you. Everyone has a copy? First speaking to the amendment would be Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et ceci, c'est complètement une erreur de lecture. Peut-être je n'ai pas assez joué quand j'étais plus jeune. A simple reading error, I was just saying, perhaps I didn't play enough when I was a child and I didn't read. And I thank the minister for this. When I was proofreading it on the first line where it said public schools on PEI, when I was skimming it, when I read public schools, I was thinking public schools and didn't see the branch. Alors, je m'excuse, that was simply an oversight, so of course I will be supporting this amendment, and with that I will adjourn debate.
Second.
And I second by Mermaid Stratford.
Shall carry. Honourable members, debate has been adjourned, and we will now go to the honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks, third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Third party, I'd like to call motion number 26.
Should it carry?
Motion 26, the honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbank moves, seconded by the leader of the third party, the following motion. Whereas mobile mental health crisis units have been identified by experts and advocates as an effective form of urgent intervention and treatment, and whereas funding was secured for mobile mental health crisis units in a 2018 agreement with the federal government, and whereas senior mental health officials indicated the units would be operational in early 2021, and whereas the Minister of Health and Wellness has declined to provide an updated timeline for when the units will be operational, and whereas questions remain regarding government's chosen model, however, it is important government acts urgently to establish a form of mobile mental health crisis units in island communities, and whereas the Conservative government committed to fast-tracking the deployment of their 2019 election platform, therefore be it resolved that this Legislative Assembly urge government to follow through on their campaign promise of fast-tracking the deployment of mobile mental health crisis units.
Okay, we'll start with the mover, would be the honourable member from Cornwall Meadowbanks and third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to move this important motion today, Mr. Speaker. Mobile crisis units have been discussed on PEI for years now, with funding secured in 2018. They are widely accepted as an effective form of urgent intervention and treatment in the community. When the process to implement mobile crisis units began, there was great optimism, and many felt this was an important and valuable addition to PEI's mental health services. Mr. Speaker, what I've seen happen with the mobile crisis units in the last 2 years is feeling far less optimistic. It appears the crisis units have been placed on the back burner in terms of government priorities. Senior mental health officials previously said they would be operational in early 2020. Now government has announced they are privatizing the service, presumably further pushing back the rollout. We also have the minister refusing to provide even a general timeline for them to roll out. This government has become far too comfortable with announcing future plans down the road, but not addressing the issues of the day. Yesterday, when responding to concerns of wait times on the Island Helpline, the Minister of Health mentioned mobile crisis units and the 24/7 access point for mental health. The problem is these services are not currently available. I actually found it quite troubling that the Minister's response to current concerns only focused on promise programs. They have not yet been rolled out. It left me with a feeling that he did not have any answers for how to address this problem of today. This is the feeling many islanders are getting as well. We all know because they reach out to us with their concerns so that we can raise awareness of these issues and hold government accountable. As MLAs, it is our job to advocate for our constituents and raise awareness of issues that require attention. These conversations may be uncomfortable for the Premier and some of his cabinet, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have these important discussions. With that being said, we will continue to represent our constituents even when it might make some people uncomfortable. I urge government to follow through in their campaign promise of fast-tracking the deployment of mobile crisis units. Islanders are suffering now, and we need a plan to address their concerns today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and speak to this important and timely motion. We often spend a great deal of time debating and deliberating in this chamber on issues facing islanders, and that includes mental health and addiction services. While it is important to raise these critical issues and hold government to account, it feels like for all the discussion we have, there is little that has changed. I take the mobile crisis unit as one of the latest examples. The funding for these units was secured in 2018, and there was a plan in place to roll them out in the following couple of years. Unfortunately, all we have seen under this government's watch is the mismanagement of the crisis units and the rollout process. It began with the model choice, where government went against the recommendation of the steering committee. The next thing was further delays in the rollout of the minister's refusal to offer a timeline. Finally, the latest we hear is that these units will be privatized and not run by the Provincial Health Authority, which has been opposed by the PEI Nurses Union. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the member from Tignish-Palmer Road shared with us an experience he had trying to assist a constituent in accessing crisis intervention services. I am sure other members of this House may have experienced similar situations during their time here as elected officials. In response to this, the Minister mentioned the mobile crisis units and the 24/7 mental health point of access phone line will be accompanying them. While I agree these services could help in such a situation, the reality is they are not yet operational and therefore provide no assistance to Islanders in need right now. It appears to be a common theme that we see from this government, on matters of health care, both in acute, primary care, and mental health and addictions. They make great promises with little details and a timeline for down the road, and they believe it will address the problems that exist today. It is always important for governments to plan ahead and look to the future, but it's equally important we address the issues that exist today and address them in a timely manner. If a constituent calls me with a problem tomorrow, I can't tell them to simply wait 5 years and hopefully it'll get fixed. As the motion notes, there are questions that remain about government's chosen model. We have seen other jurisdictions across the country move away from the model this government has chosen for PEI. I think everyone can accept protection is necessary for staff on the crisis teams, but I think a further discussion is needed regarding police being sent to every situation as a default policy. Even though questions remain, I believe it is important government moves to offer this service to Island communities immediately. The model can always be modified or changed, but the service is needed today, as the Minister of Health indicated yesterday. During the 2019 election campaign, the Conservative Party clearly recognized the need to fast-track the deployment of these crisis units as a commitment in their platform. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. This is a service that is provided across the country and is highly regarded as an effective form of immediate intervention and treatment. We all know the benefit these units would provide to PEI's mental health services, yet we still don't have them operational. So I urge government to follow through on your campaign promise of fast-tracking the deployment of mobile crisis units. Promises of down the road solutions are no longer acceptable. Answers to these problems. We need urgent action immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great privilege to stand and support this motion. I think it's an important one. I mean, we're talking about something that's very important to the future of mental health, especially coming out of the pandemic. The timing is great for this. We need to take action on this now, and what we've seen in the standing committees and on health especially was not a great deal of confidence in how things were rolling out. And, you know, it was just, there were some questions left unanswered at that point. And, you know, going back and looking at the transcripts, the program, it's very, as an MLA, I get kind of concerned that this isn't going to come out the way we need it to. And there's a lot to be done with this. You know, you talk about 12 nurses being hired and the trouble we're having to hire nurses around the province, and when is that going to happen? How long are we going to look at this going out? What does phase one look like? How many phases are there? Just simple questions that that couldn't be answered in a standing committee that needed to be answered. If this is going to be a viable program that we want to be a model for Prince Edward Islanders and a leader in Canada, we've got to get it right. And this is too important. The mental health of Islanders is, especially after what they've been through the last year, is very important. So I'm urging government to really put more resources into this and get it done straight. When the nurses union talk about privatization, and we can sit here and talk about privatization and what that looks like, and is this program going to be privatized? It's a red flag to say there's issues going on with the direction and planning and the strategic direction of this program, and we don't have the luxury of getting this wrong. And looking at the steering committee's recommendations and to go in a different direction, that's something that this government's got to wear, and they got to make sure that they're doing it for the right reasons and make sure they get it straight. So the time is now to look at this motion and figure out where we're going and make sure that those services get delivered to Islanders, and it's not just another phone line, that we're actually able to get out there and deliver programs and services that Islanders need with the professionals at their doorstep. So we're watching carefully, and we urge government to really look at this motion and consider supporting it, because it is the way of the future, and mental health is important right now in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, the opposition whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to stand and speak to this motion. I think we've heard a lot of confusing messages about what these mobile mental health crisis teams are actually going to look like, when they will be rolled out, who will be managing the teams, and so on and so forth. There are just so many questions left unanswered. It's difficult to even know where to start at this point to discuss the rollout of the mobile mental health programs. But I think where I will start, Mr. Speaker, is with consultation with the frontline staff and unions who are directly involved with this project. So we have heard from the unions loud and clear that they were not consulted before recent changes were announced to the program, to the mobile mental health units. Now, when I say recent changes announced, today we heard contradictory messages from the minister about what those changes are. So, will Island EMS be managing these teams? Won't they? What is their role? How could they not be managing the teams if the health PEI staff directly involved with this program have been physically relocated into the Island EMS headquarters already? So there is so much confusion, and we know that the unions they're confused about what this is all about, and they certainly weren't consulted. Now, when I talk about consultations with unions, there's another layer to this that I don't think we've really unpacked, and that would be that unions have a collective agreement that they've signed with their employer that was bargained in good faith. And when you have that type of relationship with a union and an employer, it is paramount that the employer respect and follow the rules outlined in the collective agreement that both parties have agreed to. Not only were the unions not consulted on this, there are questions about how you are going to have health PEI staff managed by a private company like Island EMS. How are they? They're physically now in the Island EMS building. So, when we're talking about basic day-to-day components of their job, so who is going to approve things like vacation time? How's that going to work? It's unclear. What happens if there's, a disciplinary action? If who gets to do that? Who is actually, the supervisor of this team? They don't have those answers, and that is absolutely not okay. It's not okay on a fundamental level of respect for these incredibly valuable workers who we are struggling, Mr. Speaker, right now to make sure that we have enough healthcare staff, enough RNs, working in our healthcare system. We don't have sufficient staff already to show these incredibly skilled staff this level of disrespect is unacceptable. But it's also, against the collective agreement, so that you really can't. The employer can't just make these decisions without negotiating in good faith with the union to figure out how it's going to work in terms of their collective agreement. That hasn't happened. That is absolutely not okay. Telling the unions what's going to happen after the fact is not consultation. It's not. It's not. It doesn't matter how many times you sit down again and again and tell them the same things about what is going to happen. That is still not consultation. Consultation is sitting and listening and having a discussion and making compromises and coming up with a plan together. That is what you do. You work with your staff. You treat them with respect. That has not happened in this case at all. Simply, what we have seen is consultation being treated like a checkbox. And that's simply not okay. I want to talk about the research that went into the plan for these mobile mental health units. I've talked about this before, and I was quite shocked to learn that the public consultation that was done involved talking to 4 individuals and 1 family. Now, first of all, I don't even know what that means by 1 family. There are many different ways to define family, and I have no clue how many people are in that family or who they are or how they got involved with this project. Nor do I know how the 4 individuals were chosen or what, role or experience or, just who they are. I have no idea how they were chosen. It's certainly not, I can think, a random sample of 4 people chosen out of the whole province. It doesn't make any sense. So there's a lot of confusion. It is simply not enough consultation, anywhere near enough, to count as public consultation on this project. As well, I haven't seen any evidence, again, that the staff were consulted. That should be a core component of consultation on the project. Again, we see research being used as a checkbox, and very loosely so, in that there wasn't actually even any report on the findings of this research. The information that was provided to the special committee was provided in PowerPoint form with word bubbles from a cartoon outlining some of the themes. I've never seen anything like that before, Mr. Speaker, and I don't even know what to make of it. Yeah, so, I don't really understand why, actually. I honestly don't understand why government wouldn't want to do this properly. I mean, that's what it confuses me. This government has had now, 2 years to work on the mobile mental health units since coming into office. I mean, this was an initiative that was announced under the previous government. It's my understanding there was federal funding at that time provided for the mobile mental health units in a planned phased-in approach that should have been already phased in by now. We should have the mobile mental health units on the ground. What I believe we have is some vans. I think we purchased some vans okay, good. But we don't have clarity on who will be in those vans and who's gonna, and it's funny, but it's not funny, right? Because why this is not funny is that this is actually a service that people really need, Mr. Speaker. We have islanders in mental health crisis who are unable to get the supports they need in a timely manner. It is unacceptable, and we have every reason to have believed this government when they said they would be rolling out the mobile mental health units. We heard the timelines moving along. It's going to happen, last fall. It's going to happen in spring. It's going to happen in March. And now, when is it happening? I don't know. Speaking, though, of mental health services, I do want to touch on another critical mental health service that seems to have completely been thrown to the wayside. Psychiatric urgent care clinics, Mr. Speaker. So those clinics were put into place during the pandemic in a response to the challenges that occurred during the pandemic, realizing that psychiatric urgent care was still a necessary service during the pandemic. We had at Hillsborough Hospital the clinic open up, and guess what? It was incredibly successful. We have heard from so many people, Mr. Speaker, who had access supports at that clinic, and staff who have worked there that felt very strongly about the model that was being used at Hillsborough Hospital, where someone in need of urgent psychiatric care would be able to go to this clinic to get that support, and it was working well. It meant that islanders in a mental health crisis didn't have to go to the emergency, to QEH Emerge. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, because, for those of us who have ever been in an emergency room, thinking about the one at QEH, you can imagine it. It is a fantastic facility, but it is a very, very overwhelming space. It is a large waiting room with many people, and if you are in a mental health crisis, it is absolutely the last place that you want to be, Mr. Speaker. The emergency room itself is simply not conducive to mental well-being and to support the needs of someone in a mental health crisis. Now, we're talking about adding on extra beds to have an area for mental health supports in the QEH emergency. It's still very unclear to me how that's actually going to resolve the issue of someone physically having to come into the emergency unit and wait in that large waiting room and build the anxiety for hours as they wait for the supports they need. And Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what's happening. And in fact, when people are let into the emergency under a mental health crisis, they are often put into a room on their own with nothing in there but a mattress on the floor and left there for hours, Mr. Speaker. And I can't understand how we don't think that's a serious problem. That the psychiatric urgent care clinics were shown to be an effective service is really remarkable. And yes, it wasn't part of the original plan. But we have to be able to learn. We have to be able to recognize when something is working well, and we have to be able to focus our resources in areas where we know things are working well. And the psychiatric urgent care clinic is a perfect example of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about that because I want to make sure, well, I can't make sure, I want to continually bring this to the forefront because it seems that we've just completely thrown that idea away, that psychiatric urgent care clinic is something that we should be trying to restore. And I think it's an incredible loss. It's an incredible loss to those who are in need of mental health supports. It's an incredible loss to the community, and it is an opportunity that we can get back if this government were to choose to focus on restoring that service. So I do want to highlight that, Mr. Speaker. One thing I want to note in this particular motion is that it calls on government to fast-track the implementation of the mobile mental health units. Now, when I think about fast track, I mean, you know, we are where we are at this point, but the mobile mental health unit program has been under development now for years. So the time to fast track the program was 2 years ago when this government first got into office and needed to put in the work to make sure that we could be at a point now where that program was actually moving forward. I want to make sure that this program is done right and that it's going to be effective for the Islanders who need it. And there are just so many questions. I don't even know, you know, where to start, like I said, in terms of understanding where we actually are at this point with the program. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to put forward an amendment to this motion. And I do have it written out, and I believe we have copies that have been brought down or will be brought down in the next couple of, we have copies. Yep, that has my name on it, yes. And I'm happy to read that out, and would I read it out first, or do we give the copies first? Read it, okay. So, I would like to add on to this motion, and therefore be it further resolved that this Legislative Assembly urge government to reverse the decision to transfer management of the mobile mental health crisis units to the private organization Medavie and engage in meaningful consultation with the unions and staff directly involved.
Is there anyone willing to speak to the amendment? Oh, sorry, seconder.
Oh, seconded by Summerside Wilmot.
Shall I carry?
Carry. Oh, we've got a...
Speak to the amendment? Just wait till everybody gets their copies.
I'll take it. So speaking to this amendment, so I think it's important, no?
So she continue to speak to the amendment? Okay. Continue, yeah.
Okay, yes, sorry, Mr. Speaker. So I think that there's been a lot of confusion about who is actually going to be managing this program. What I do know is that a recent presentation given to the unions by representatives from Government and Health PEI listed Island EMS as managing the mobile mental health crisis team. So I think we need to be clear that that is not a path that government should be taking. We should not be privatizing this service, so that decision needs to be reversed. And right away, we need government to engage in a meaningful consultation with the unions and staff directly involved, Mr. Speaker.
Next, speaking to the amendment is the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I rise here to speak to this amendment, let me first off say that I support the premise of this motion. I mean, I believe that deployment of mobile crisis units is something that's needed as fast as we can go, and it's something that this government is working to do. Mr. Speaker, we all have constituents in our districts that have been in mental health crisis, and I know I've had those that unfortunately did not make it through those mental health crises, and that's why we need these. We need them urgently. They need to be delivered mobile in an urgent fashion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I believe the Minister of Health is getting Island EMS involved, because they want to deliver this in an efficient and a method that will provide the most immediate response, the way Island EMS responds to emergencies today. So, Mr. Speaker, also during question period today, I think the Minister of Health and Wellness was extremely clear that he is not transferring management of the mobile mental health crisis units to the private organization Medivie. He was extremely clear in saying that, I believe. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't support this amendment. And with that, I will end my debate.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the amendment? The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with regard to the amendment, and my apologies for having to step out for an interview, but I'm just looking at the amendment right now. And when I read urges government to reverse the decision to transfer management of the mobile mental health crisis units to the private organization Medivie, and engage in meaningful consultation with the unions and staff directly involved. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take a long time speaking to this, but what I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is to reiterate what I had said earlier today when I was questioned in question period on these, basically, Mr. Speaker, on these very two matters. And I want to reiterate that management of this service, of this program for Islanders, is going to be under Health and Wellness, Mr. Speaker. The service, the program, will be delivered by Health PEI employees, that we will have a great partnership and need that partnership with Medivie, and that talks, discussions with the unions have been ongoing, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to be ongoing. So, you know, honestly, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem with the amendment, but I do want to reiterate that the amendment, what it is asking for, Mr. Speaker, is already taking place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the amendment? No? I'll call a question. Honourable members, standing vote is requested. Sergeant Adams, you may ring the bell.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition is ready for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, the third party is ready for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, government's ready for the vote.
Honorable members, those voting against the amendment, please rise.
Well, that's a flip.
The member for Montague. Oh, sorry. The member for,
Sydney. Morel
sorry, Mr. Speaker, that was a correction. It was the member for Morel.
Dona.
Dona.
Weren't standing when she went by your seat.
Abstain.
You're counted.
That's an agreed member.
Honorable members, when they go down the list, and if you're not standing when she hits that, you're not counted as a vote standing. He wasn't standing when she went down by his name. He wasn't standing.
No problem.
Well, I'm getting some ayes here, and it's the rules. If you're not standing, when she goes down by your name, honorable members, when she goes by with your pen down your name, if you're not standing, you're not counted. Simple. Honorable members, those voting for the amendment, please stand.
Member for Tignish Pomeroy. The Minister of Fisheries and Communities. The Minister of Finance and Deputy Premier. The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. The Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. The Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning. The Minister of Agriculture and Land and the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. The Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture. The Minister of Social Development and Housing. The Minister of Health and Wellness. The Member for Montague-Kilmuir. The Member for Cornwall Meadowbank. The Leader of the Third Party. The Leader of the Opposition. The Member for Mermaid Stratford. The Member for Charlottetown West Royalty. The Member for O'Leary Inverness. The Member for Charlottetown Victoria Park. The Member for Charlottetown Brighton. The Member for Tyne Valley Sherbrooke. The Member for Summerside Wilmot. The Member for Charlottetown Belvedere.
Honorable member, your amendment passed. Now, speaking to the motion as amended, the Honorable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to rise to my feet to speak to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, we just passed an amendment that, initially I disagreed with. And Mr. Speaker, this is the power of the legislature, and this goes to show that we can be influenced by the debate within this House. Mr. Speaker, the minister really said, whether we pass this amendment or not, he said the action is already being taken, and so I decided to side with that, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Speaker, though, going back to what I was saying earlier, though, this is mobile crisis units are important. It is important that they get implemented in an efficient way, and I do support that. In particular, you know, whereas mobile mental health crisis units have been identified by experts and advocates as an effective form of urgent intervention and treatment. We all need that for those in mental health crisis in our districts. And Mr. Speaker, I would also say, you know, when it comes to listening to experts, maybe that's what we should do when we talk about implementing the mobile health crisis units, and that's what I believe that, you know, the Department of Health and Wellness is doing when they're choosing to go the route they are. And I certainly believe in listening to the experts. I think that's what we've done throughout the pandemic, and that's what I'll go with there. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this motion, unless someone can convince me otherwise. And with that, I think it's time for me to sit down.
The honourable member from Morel-Donagh and the government house leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the original motion. Absolutely, I think we can't get this literally on the road as soon as possible. Speaking to that previous amendment that I voted against, when it was reported in the media that the management had been switched around, I went directly to the minister and asked him privately and personally, what does this mean? Are we shifting over management? Because I didn't understand it, and the article didn't make sense to me. And he told me straight out that the management had not changed. It was, and I'm quoting right from the article, his words is, it's a partnership. And when I asked him again, he told me that directly. That's why I'm not supporting the amendment that says to reverse the decision to transfer management, when the minister has told me twice, and I've heard him say in this House a number of times. I'm taking him at his word on this, Mr. Speaker. The original motion, though, absolutely. I am frustrated, like others too, in this House, that this is not happening quickly. I'm frustrated that it's not happened yet, and I encourage this government to absolutely do whatever we can. If it's, you know, I certainly don't think it's money. If it's a human resource issue, whatever this is, it needs to happen quickly, and I just want to explain that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion.
The honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, Mr. Speaker, I will say that I'm not going to try and change my colleague's mind sitting next to me here with regard to his support for the motion, because I support it as well, Mr. Speaker. And I think I do appreciate the comments as well, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Morel-Donagh brought forward with regard to his reasoning, his rationale for not supporting the amendment. And I think it is important that we look at how that amendment was worded. And for myself, voting in favor of the amendment, and my personal reasoning for it, Mr. Speaker, was that I agree with what they are saying there. It is already being done, though, Mr. Speaker, and I have to stress that very much. I can't stress that overly. I really can't. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, the mobile mental health response teams are a responsive, best practice approach to providing mental health services to people in the community. And Mr. Speaker, building the mobile mental health response service, it does require a partnership. We need the best of everyone to make these units work. Now, Mr. Speaker, that includes nurses, it includes social workers, it includes paramedics, and yes, Mr. Speaker, if necessary, upon occasion, it may require a partnership with law enforcement too, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when an individual is experiencing a mental health crisis, they are best served with timely access to mental health assessment, stabilization, and connection to the appropriate ongoing care. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to stress ongoing care. Now, Mr. Speaker, a mental health emergency is a potentially life-threatening situation in which an individual is threatening harm to themselves or to others, or their underlying mental health symptoms are potentially detrimental to their welfare. And Mr. Speaker, a mental health crisis, that is a situation in which an individual is experiencing emotional disturbance or behavioral distress that overwhelms their existing coping strategies. And we need to be there, Mr. Speaker, to provide the support to enable them and to empower them, to give them those coping strategies, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, an individual's emotional state can contribute to unstable reactive behaviors and escalate to an emergency situation without proper care. Individuals can find it difficult to recognize the difference between a mental health emergency and a mental health crisis. And Mr. Speaker, to address this, an integrated, a partnership response service includes streamlining call taking and improving response processes. Mobile mental health response teams will assess patients' mental well-being symptoms and underlying circumstances. They will provide support over the phone and in person. They will ensure continuity of care through follow-up and referral. And I think that that is a very important aspect of this whole process, Mr. Speaker, is the follow-up and the referral. Also, Mr. Speaker, they will review and update existing care planning, and they will provide other outreach services, aligning and connecting with community mental health services. Mr. Speaker, across Canada, we know that the healthcare system must adapt to support changing needs of patients. Helping Islanders navigate and seamlessly access the appropriate mental health and addiction services on PEI is a top priority. And Mr. Speaker, when I come into this ministry, it was one of the things that really pleasantly surprised me is the number of services that are there with regard to mental health and or addictions. But it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we are, as a department, getting that information, make it readily available, immediately available when it is needed. And that is one of the things, too, that we're going to be providing as we move forward here, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the single point of access line in conjunction with the mobile response units, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, the overall goal is to provide optimal patient-centered care for all Islanders, ensuring they receive the support and the care they require from a dedicated and specialized team. Mr. Speaker, the model continues to be a mental health-led response, managed by the Department of Health and Wellness and delivered by Health PEI, and also supported and partnered by either paramedics, and when I say either paramedics or law enforcement, certainly the vast majority of the time, the response will be in conjunction with paramedics. And these individuals will be trained, Mr. Speaker, in scene safety and crisis intervention. Medavie Health Services, Mr. Speaker, will operationalize the integrated mobile mental health and addictions response service, and they will help to coordinate partnerships necessary to connect patients with the appropriate care. Mr. Speaker, Medavie Health Services, they do have the tools and the systems already in place to ensure that if a situation changes from a crisis to an emergency, that the appropriate supports can be dispatched and will be dispatched safely and effectively. And Mr. Speaker, an experienced mental health professional, whether that may be a registered nurse or a social worker, will answer the call and, when necessary, ensure that the response by the mobile unit goes out, and that mental health worker, whether it's the nurse or the social worker, will be paired with either a paramedic or, as I said here a moment ago, Mr. Speaker, when necessary, law enforcement. And Mr. Speaker, the integrated mobile teams will operate 7 days a week, 365 days per year, with our plan being to provide physical locations in Kings County, Queens County, and Prince County. Mr. Speaker, it is important, as we had noted earlier today in question period and yesterday as well, that Islanders from tip to tip, that we have to strive to provide services right across the province, right across the island, Mr. Speaker. And in order to do this, in order to provide this service right across the province, Mr. Speaker, we do need these strong partnerships between all the parties that are involved in the response. And that partnership is going to be vital, Mr. Speaker, to the success of this program. Mr. Speaker, we have heard loud and clear from Islanders that they want these units up and they want these units running as soon as possible. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we are focused on. Mr. Speaker, we want to get this right. We want to do this safely. And we want to do this for Islanders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, Health PEI, Medivie, and the Department of Health and Wellness are working to finalize an MOU between Health PEI and the unions. Once this is finalized, the program will roll out, and we are looking forward to the benefits it will have for more Islanders. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased as the Minister of Health and Wellness and as the MLA for District 26, Albert and Bloomfield, to support this motion and to see this work move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, speaking to the motion as amended, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. Brene Brown has written many books. She's a wonderful public speaker. And one of her recent books was called Dare to Lead. And in that book, there's a phrase that stuck with me. I read the book a while ago, and it's clear is kind, unclear is unkind. When it comes to this issue of rolling out the mental health crisis teams, this government has been spectacularly unclear and therefore spectacularly unkind to Islanders. We've had various versions of what they will look like, who they will be managed by, where they are going to come from, who is going to actually be on the front line when they're delivered. It's just been, and I don't usually use words like this in here, it's been a complete mess. And what makes it more difficult on this side of the House is when the Minister stands up and says, I've been perfectly clear, I was perfectly clear this morning. And what he is saying this morning, or this afternoon I should say, was a complete contradiction of what he was perfectly clear on just 2 days ago. And that lack of clarity, that lack of consistency is what erodes trust and confidence in what this government is doing. I'd love to think that this was the only issue on which we have had this sort of contradictory statement made, but it's not. It's a worrying habit that this government is getting into. I was always taught when I was in business to underpromise and overdeliver. That was the way to win trust of your customers and to be able to live with yourself. This government, unfortunately, does quite the opposite. They overpromise and underdeliver time and again. And this is one more example of this. Of course, we all want these mobile mental health crisis units to come forward as soon as possible, but it has to be done right. And I understand for lots of reasons why there were perfectly legitimate delays in doing this, but that does not legitimize the manner in which government has bungled this. For those who have not been with somebody who is in a personal mental health crisis, it's a frightening thing. I have been with a number of people who have been in mental health crisis, some with suicidal ideation, some in psychotic state. And when we use the phrase, you lose your mind, it's quite literally true. When you're with somebody who you know well, who is in a psychotic state, they have quite literally lost their mind. They are not the person that you know. And it's a very frightening thing. They can be completely unpredictable. They do things that would never be in character. And it's a very frightening thing. And I've experienced this. And I'm aware of how distressing it must be for the frontline workers to have to meet these people who are in mental health crisis on a regular basis. But we have experience of how these frontline mental health crisis teams can and should work. If we look at Denver, Colorado, where these teams have been in place for a long time, and they do not use police force, ever. In the last year, these are American statistics, so forgive me for using that. It's the only reference I have. But in the US, police have shot and killed 1,400 Americans who were in mental distress, mental crisis, since 2015. That's 1,400 people, and no doubt all of us in this House have met and know people in mental distress. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I understand I have to adjourn debate. It's 4 o'clock. My apologies.
Seconder.
Seconder is Mermaid Stratford. Thank you.
Sheila Carey? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure that the first order of the day be now read.
Sheila Carey?
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure that the said order go into committee. I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure that this House do now resolve itself in the committee of the whole House to take into consideration grant of supply to Her Majesty.
Sheila Carey. The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
The House is now in a committee of the whole House to consider the grant of supply to Her Majesty. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Honourable members, we left off on the Department of Agriculture and Land, page 25. Section Sustainable Agriculture has been read and is presently being questioned. We adjourned with the member from Mermaid Stratford, so I'll call upon you shortly. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and title for Hansard?
Mary Kinsman, Director of Finance and Corporate Services for the Department of Agriculture and Land.
Thank you very much and welcome. Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can you just tell me if this is the section in which the pollinator expansion program is in?
No, that's in animal health.
Animal health?
Yeah.
Okay, I will hold my questions until then. So, my mistake if I'm going back over things that we had already covered. So, could you just talk a little bit about, I believe we were talking about soil health at where we left off the last time, and what programs are being put in place. There was the free soil testing, but is there additional programming for farmers along soil health?
Well, we're putting a focus on soil health right now with the soil first farming, which I just had here a second ago, which we're about to launch soon. But we are paying for the soil health testing, and we want to do a promotion on that as we move forward, because that's a focus of where we want to be going, and in the direction we want. We want to know, gather some data so we have proper data on where we can go with the soil health.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. The soil first farming, I mean, when we talk to anybody, I mean, farmers understand just how important the soil is, and how detrimental to their business if there's a depletion in the soil health. So we've talked a lot about looking at how soil health can be tied in with other programs and other measures. Have you given any thoughts to that, or have you developed any programs that improvements in soil health, which I understand there's a long critical path to soil health improvement. It doesn't happen overnight. But have you put any thought into the programs that you could launch to reward farmers for improving the soil health?
Well, when it comes to soil health, the old saying, you want to lead with a carrot instead of a whip, and that's the approach we're taking. We want to support the farmers that are already doing it, and we want to encourage farmers to continue to that way. So as we introduce soil health measurement components to our island-wide soil quality monitoring project that we're doing, the measures are of ongoing impact of our efforts that we've already done and that we're going forward, and the quality of the island soil. So if we look at the organic matter study that happened from 2000 to 2018, collecting that data was very informative to us, and we can see where in 2019 we've seen the trends seem to be going in the right direction finally. So we're very encouraged on that. We want to keep building on that. That's important that we keep recognize the work that those farmers are doing and continue to work on that, so that everything we do is all about healthy soil now. And when we introduce this soil first farming, it will recognize those farmers that are doing a good job, and I hope that in that movement will be other farmers that want to be in that position. So that's how we're gonna lead.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. And so when we get to that point where we're rewarding those that are already doing this, what types of what types of acts are you taking to reach out to those that aren't, to try to bring them along? Because when you only are rewarding or recognizing those that are doing it, that starts to create a really big gap. And then the way that we create a united front is we pick those up with us.
Yeah.
Not with a stick, but
we're not trying to leave anyone behind, that's for sure.
Right.
We want to, we got to look at our CAP programming going forward, and make sure that to qualify that you're doing practices that are sustainable. And so whether it's through the CAP funding, we can encourage, I think people have to go that direction, or our crop insurance as we look in the future. I think those are our best two ways to get everyone on board and doing the right process.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when we were going through this yesterday, there was a number of things that you were going to bring back. Do you have a timeline on, or do you have any of that information already to bring back?
I don't have it today, but I think tomorrow or the next day we'll have it, yeah.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
I think I'm good for right now. Yeah.
Are there any other questions in this section? Shall it carry?
Carry.
Agriculture industry development. Appropriations provided to assist agriculture industry development for producers and agri-producers, processors, to meet market and production opportunities. Administration, $14,600. Equipment, $6,100. Material supplies and services, $40,500. Professional services, $3,500. Salaries, $1,043,000. Travel and training, $30,900. Grants, $3,764,700. Total agriculture industry development, $4,903,300. Mermaid Stratford.
Chair. So in this section on the grants piece, we're way over budget by 1.4 million almost. Can you tell me where did that money go to? What was it for?
I'll let Mary take that.
Those are two programs. One is the Dorian Response Program, which is a provincial program, the $1 million.
No, it's lots.
The second is a $600,000 federal emergency on-farm support program. This was a COVID program, a federal program that the province delivered, so that's 100% offset by revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So you said it's money for Dorian, so that's money paid out in 2020-21 for the Dorian relief. Is that the Red Cross?
No.
What is that?
We discussed yesterday about egg recovery for Dorian.
Yes.
It's not an egg recovery program, it's a provincial-only program. So that's what this is, that $1 million provincial-only program.
Very good, thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. For industry development, one of the things that has been talked about from the member from O'Leary-Inverness is a provincial livestock strategy. And I absolutely agree with the importance of that. So can you tell us where, and what I'm looking for is a strategy. So how do all of your current programs meld all together in order to achieve that 20,000 head of cattle that we're looking to get to?
So, yeah, right now we're working on that strategy. It's a moving strategy because things are evolving so quickly. You know, we are trying to keep up with the pace of everything that's going on in the world right now. But a 20,000 head increase on this island is a goal that we are looking for, and one of the projects is the beef on dairy. The other project is regenerative agriculture. The other is price insurance for cattle producers. And then, of course, we talked yesterday about the ecosystem and building the manure back into our soil health. So our strategy really is evolving looking at processing for hogs in the Maritimes is another part of our strategy. We have talks with Nova Scotia and New Brunswick who are interested in that as well since COVID. And so it's ever evolving, and it's going to be focused on soil health as well as building the herd up. I think it's important that we just can't focus on one.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I think I've been pretty clear in this house. I'm a pretty tangible person, right? Like, I like to be able to see a plan documented, because unless it's documented, it's not a plan. and then you set timelines and budgets, et cetera, right? And then you can be held accountable. You get to hold your department accountable for all of those pieces of the puzzle that go together in order to be able to assess whether you're achieving what you're trying to achieve. So do you have a timeline in which you'll have that plan documented that will be able to be made public so that all, especially our farmers, will understand like what are the goals and how do they participate in that strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hope to have it together this fall or early in the spring.
Mermaid Stratford?
Okay. And do you have a target of how many, like the increase that you plan to reach in this current year? Do you have a number?
Well, already we're with the beef on dairy. I think we're going to increase by, I think their goal is a couple thousand head there, just in that project. And we're always talking with the Atlantic Beef Products, the beef plant, on other options, and they are working with the department on working on this either beef on dairy or Holstein steers project as well that is ongoing, and so it's going to be a couple thousand at least this year, and I hope to build on that. You know, it takes a while to I remember the member from O'Leary Inverness stated about cattle production where numbers were down for 2020, and it takes 36 months for a cow to get to slaughter. So I think he was the minister when those numbers are. The conception part, yeah. So.
Minister of Conception.
The Minister of Conception there. It's going to take a while to build the herd, but we're on the right path. The dairy industry is a way to speed up the process with the beef on dairy. I've heard reports from other provinces who are started the same process where the numbers are increasing faster than they anticipated. So I think it's a worthwhile project that if we can keep more of the value-added product on Prince Edward Island going through our beef plant, it'll solve a lot of our issues, but we have to protect the cow-calf producers as well. We can't hurt them. So with the price insurance, I think there has to be a balance as we build the herd, the island herd up here.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. I might be dipping into the last section on my next question, if you'll, but it still has to do with how you're going to develop or increase the industry. Price is a very contentious issue with a lot of beef farmers and what they're receiving. And when they sell it on island, they get 7 cents less the market rate. I understand you're looking at the price insurance program, but are you looking at any other programs or any other strategies to, I'm going to call it make them whole, because if they're getting paid less for cattle that are coming onto the island, what are you looking at there to make them whole?
Well, that's everything's on the table here, but that pricing is the beef plant's pricing. That's not something government set, but it's when you discuss with the Atlantic Beef Products team, they say they want to pay for quality, and when they get quality, you actually get paid more. So they are leading with a carrot, and with all the bonuses that you can get if you produce a quality animal, they say you get more than Ontario rate. So that's their defense. That's just me telling you what they say. But it is a contentious issue. Everywhere I hear that 7 cents is a stickler. So if there's something is there a way we can change that? I'm not sure. But everything's on the table as we go forward. We discuss discussions with the Cattlemen's Association, and we've told them to bring us recommendations. We just met with them a month ago, and they're excited to look at new avenues. And so we really want them to bring it to us what they are looking for. So we're waiting for them to come back.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. So when we say, I know that there's different levels in which, you know, when you fill out the paperwork and you become part of the blue dot and everything, you increase what you get paid when you go to the beef plant. However, my understanding is the off-island cattle don't have to go through that process in order to get that price. So we're still a deficit of what others are paying. But what I want to point out about that is what I've heard is it's because of transportation, right? Transporting them over to the island, therefore to get them to come. Islanders are saving on that because they don't have to transport them off island. It's a benefit to farmers to not have to transport them off island. But if you look at that from, I'll say, the Minister of Environment's perspective, that's transportation that doesn't have to happen.
That's right.
And so if we're offsetting possibly that price structure because we're rewarding farmers for producing the cattle here, why don't we look at programming through the greenhouse gas emission program, right, to reach our targets? Why don't we look at offsetting cattle producers' prices through a program, knowing that they will buy into more cattle, they will build their herd. That's what farmers do. If they have excess money, they're going to invest it into their farm. Is that something that would work with the money that's coming federally, that we could develop a program like that, at least a pilot?
I'm not sure if the federal funding would qualify for supporting the greenhouse gas emissions for supporting buying cattle or subsidizing cattle.
But subsidizing the transportation differential because we don't have to ship them off island.
Yep.
So you're reducing greenhouse gases by keeping them here. So instead of the farmers taking the hit,
That's
why don't we
something,
reward
that's something
them for it?
that's worthwhile looking at, for sure. As, you know, the management at the beef plant have been doing a fantastic job, so I hesitate to tell them how to do their job because they are doing a fantastic job of what they're doing, so, but we do have to support the island farmers, and as the beef plant continue to say, quality, they'll pay top dollar for quality, so we have to ensure that our island producers are up to producing the high standards that they expect. So if we can encourage that, that's another way, but the Greenhouse Gas Fund, it's something we can look at.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. And just to be clear of what I'm saying, like if a farmer that is doing all of the value add for the beef plant could also get offset another 7 cents, again, that's benefiting them even more. So I'm not saying that this is a deal with the Atlantic beef plant. I'm saying that that could be another revenue stream for farmers participating in us reaching our climate change goals, and it being a different type of revenue stream for them to offset that price structure. And then, if they are meeting the blue dot and all the other performance and quality measurements with the Atlantic beef plant, they would be seeing an increase in theirs, not a decrease, but an increase in theirs, so it would be straight across the board. That's what I'm suggesting. And if we could do something like that, especially seeing that our farmers are receiving 7 cents less per pound for their beef, based on market rate. I get that that's a price that the Atlantic beef plant has set. I just think that we need to think differently, and there's a lot of funding coming through that if we're offsetting our transportation costs, farmers are doing it out of their pocket right now instead of us rewarding them for doing it. So that was my thought on it. So, do you have others on the list?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you put
Do you
me
want
on
to
the
be put
bottom?
back on?
Yeah, I'll be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Larry Inverness.
You might have figured it would be me, eh? Anyway, just to maybe continue on a bit on the beef plant issue. I mean, at one time, the beef plant lost significant amounts of dollars over the years. I know that had changed and was actually making money. But at the time, the province was covering those losses, but it was also had money that was going there. Now it didn't have to go there. So maybe the minister could maybe give us a general update. Is the plant still continuing to be profitable? Was it profitable during a year that would say might have been challenging from the amount of hamburgers sold just because of restaurants and stuff?
Well, Mary, they haven't come looking for any money, so that's a good sign. But the money that we used to support them with, we had to use for dead stock in the last few years. So we built up the dead stock. We're still, but no, the beef plant's doing really well. I don't know that. It's not for me to say their numbers or anything, but I know they're doing well, and they were one of the lucky ones that didn't have any shutdowns during COVID. So I have to give the management there, Russ Mallard and Bruce Anders, kudos for the job they've done.
Valerie Inverness.
And I would reiterate that. Certainly my time as minister, I was very impressed with their way that they turned that plant around and have made it into a going concern. And I think it's going to be well strategized for potential expansion should we get our livestock numbers up. But the segue you mentioned was the dead stock disposal services, and those numbers have continued to increase, and you're into the year 2 of a 3-year funding arrangement with MPF rendering. So does that include, I mean, it's one thing about the pickup to farmers, but does it also include the disposal of the specified risk management materials that the plant has to go, that has to go, I think, up to Quebec, I believe, to be disposed of?
Yeah, the SRM has to go to Quebec, and that is included in that price.
It is it?
Yes.
Okay. So then, question, Chair.
Sure.
So is there anything that we could be doing to reduce that? And I know my time as minister, we talked a little bit about the energy from waste plant that was here, and there was a need for upgrades in that regard. And if the upgrades would be to the point where they could dispose of those products, I guess there's some issues around the amount of temperature you have to dispose of those SRM products. Has you as your department or as Minister of any discussions whether that's a possibility to reduce that potential cost? Because it would be a great advantage, not only that, it saves greenhouse gases and trucking and stuff.
No, that's we've had conversations with the Minister of Energy here, and it'd be a better question for him, but they have, we are looking at a burner or a digester, I'm not sure what you would call it, you'd have a digester that would be a great solution for this. It'd be a great solution for this. It'd be a great solution for our shellfish waste, a lot of our waste. So, yeah, we're in discussions with the energy minister, and I would love to have a different solution for this instead of trucking SRM to Quebec. It's not cheap, and it's not economical either.
Yeah.
Or environmentally friendly either. So.
Valerie Inverness.
Just to continue on the beef line a little bit longer, further along there you have some benchmarking funding at $32,750 for benchmarking under grant, and it says 3 projects. Is there any benchmarking being done for the beef industry to determine some of the price points that because I think that would be a point that you'd have to make when you get into your price assurance possibilities as well as a livestock strategy?
Mary, do you have?
I would have to bring that back. I'm not sure if anything's done on beef.
So would that
Valerie Inverness.
Would that be something that the Cattlemen's Association would have to make a request for benchmarking funding to establish that, or is that an individual farm that requests those resources? It's on section 4311, $32,050 for benchmarking. It has 3 projects. It doesn't seem to indicate anything for.
Bottom page 11, Minister.
Okay.
I do have they're taught. One of the projects is the dairy benchmark using dairy numbers. I was asking what this would be about, and they were just explaining to me that, like, for example, if it was $80 to feed a calf, if that's the industry benchmark, then each producer can rank against the industry. So that's in these 3 that are listed here. That's what they're working towards.
Valerie Inverness.
I guess I'd just encourage the minister to maybe pursue that a bit further.
The industry would, they should request that.
Yeah, but you may want to have a conversation with them to determine that, because I know I've had one particular beef farm in my riding that I think him and Les Halliday have been doing a little bit of work on it for his farm's perspective. And I understand every farm can be a little different, but if you could start to establish a bit more of island benchmarking, I think it's going to be something you're probably going to have to require from a price point, any insurance program, but it's also, I think, maybe part of the livestock strategy.
I think, we can provide funding for offsetting costs, for sure.
O'Leary Inverness.
Okay, I'll switch on to the Future Farmer program. I see there's 280,000. Last year you had 280,000 budget, but you only spent 185,800. So what was the reason for that? Obviously not as many farmers or future people wanted to get into farming, but was there a reason why that was? Just people, I would have thought maybe there might have been more just because of COVID might have been an advantage to look at more farmers, young farmers getting involved.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that was down. That's a program that we are going to focus on this year. The cap funding program is changing, so that's part of the Future Farmer program is part of the cap funding. So we really want to analyze that, take a look at that. I've started speaking to some future farmers that are in the program, and they're starting to give some recommendations how they would like to see it changed. And I think as we move forward on a possible land bank, I think the Future Farmer program is going to be a key role in that in some sort of a fashion.
O'Leary Inverness.
Okay, Chair. Anyway, I appreciate that, but I might add one issue that might have had a bit of an impact, and we talked about it before, was just the farm extension worker up in the O'Leary Access Centre hasn't been there. I mean, he's been out on sick leave, but if there's a way to get somebody back in that position, because I do think that they work pretty extensively with potential future farmers and encouraging people to get into that in my area, anyway, or the Prince County area, so that may be a way. Chair, couple other small questions, I guess. The other one is the bee pollination expansion program. One of the first issues that I had encountered when I was a minister. You've got 300,000 you spend on that. How's that program going as far as that? How many more farmers, bee farmers, have entered that industry?
So actually some good news story on that. We've increased the hives this year by 20%, or potentially 20%. Looks like it was a good overwintering, and so we have 5 new bee producers. And the expansion program we utilized that, was it 300,000, Mary? Yeah. And
total 500 actually.
And close to 500,000. 500,000 for the expansion program, and we're happy with it. We're going to keep building on it. Hopefully someday we have enough hives in this island to take care of our in the near future, take care of our pollination needs. And as we look forward, and I'll have to give kudos to Mermaid Stratford. She really pushed that, and we'll have to. We're continuing to build on it.
O'Leary Inverness.
So question then, so you're saying 500,000 and you're allocating 300,000 this year. Is that enough then for the coming year?
Well, if it's it's a good amount of money for the size of the industry, but we want to build the industry, so it's important. It's an important part of our pollination, and it's so important to many industries. Fruit growers really depend on this, so it is a lot of money, but I think it's money well spent. And if we can possibly not have to import bee pollinators, that'd be even better. So.
O'Leary Inverness.
Okay, no, and I encourage that. I guess I'm just trying to advocate to say if you need more, that would be a spot that I would sort of say that it's making good strides, and we know the big issue that we have from a bee industry and the pollination services that are required by our blueberry industry. So I would hope money wouldn't be the impediment, and I'm assuming if there were more requests than 300,000 come in, that you would accommodate them or look very favorably upon that. Final question will be just about. Back when the COVID first hit, we had looked at a program to help the potato industry by supporting by potato producers to purchase potatoes. I think the potato board was to purchase potatoes and store them, I think over in Oxford, Nova Scotia. Would that be where some of this funding comes from grants for ag producers and processors? And if so, how did an update maybe would be helpful on how that went? Did they actually need the money in the end? Did they move those French fries?
Yep, okay. That's a great question. It's not in here because it's in the COVID budget, COVID spend. But it was a fantastic program that worked out well. The numbers are done now. They spent just over $1 million, a little over $1 million, and all the receipts are coming in. They're being ready to be audited, and all the potatoes got processed, and it's so. Just a little over $1 million solved a $20 million problem. It was. Yeah, I got a lot of compliments from the industry and farmers who. There were a lot of uncertain times during that period, and it just helped with some of the risk.
O'Leary Inverness?
That would be it for me,
Okay,
Chair. Thanks.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. So I will go to, first of all, I'd like to go back to abattoirs and just talk about that for a little bit. Is government doing anything for growth strategy or growth capacity around beef processing other than the Atlantic beef plant? And not just for beef processing, because we know that our abattoirs also do other livestock. So are you working with them to increase capacity there?
Yeah, we are trying to encourage more some upstart abattoirs. I think it's really important that this island, we do have one interested, but we're working on some funding through the SIGI program and any grants that we can possibly help them with. Good. And I think there's a lamb abattoir starting too. So no, it's important. We gotta really focus on that, and we're also. I think it's in our budget. I'm not sure where it is, but the inspection, we're paying for the inspection now, where the Department of Health used to pay it, and it was. The vets were weren't being paid very much for a very important carcass inspection role that they were doing. So, Department of Agriculture stepped up, and we're paying the vets to do the carcass inspections now. So, which is helping save money for the abattoir, and it's helping so the abattoir doesn't have to pass it on to the producer as well. So.
Mermaid Stratford.
I'm happy to hear that, because when I was speaking to where I get my beef butchered, that was one of their issues, right? It's very labor intensive to meet all the health requirements, and it's especially when you're selling just on the island, you're not exporting it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but you're still held to that same standard. So I'm glad to hear that. And then I would also echo what O'Leary Inverness was saying about the waste, about the SRM, because that's a single point of failure, right? So if we close the bridge for, any kind of reason for an extended period of time, then getting that waste off the island is a single point of failure, which was pointed out, and costly, which then also has to go back. And when we want islanders to buy local and all that kind of stuff, like trying to streamline so that our supply chain isn't incurring all the costs and reducing margins in order to achieve that. So I'm happy to hear that you guys are looking at that, because I think that will be hugely beneficial for them. Labor, does that fall in this section? As industry development, would labor issues fall in here? I'm just wondering, we have shortages in agriculture from the perspective of labor issues, and so what are we working on in order to address that?
Well, we're working closely with economic and development with temporary foreign workers to ensure safe access, and we're administrating the fund for that so that they can improve their living conditions. Where the farmers can apply for that federal funding of, I think it was $900,000, and so our department is administrating that, and it was huge uptake on that, so we're happy to hear that. But the labor, would be questions for Minister McKay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
And so I guess the Ag Sector Council would go under economic growth as well.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
I'm happy to talk about bees. So I, first of all, would like to say thank you for implementing this strategy, the bee, yes, absolutely, thank you. I love the fact that you worked with the industry in order to incorporate what the industry also said that they needed, and I think that that is a really good, I think it's just a really good example of working with industry and doing the right consultation in order to make sure that what we rolled out was what they needed. So thank you for that, Minister. And I do know that what we had requested 500,000 and then the 300,000 was approved. So I'm also very happy that you increased that amount to 500 when you recognized that there was need there and that the program was being used in a very valuable way. So I'm
I really
happy
hope
about
that money, even, I'd love to have to spend more. And I think this year with working with the association, the president and the vice president, it's a change in, it's a pleasant change in attitudes and on both sides. So being a beekeeper is not for everyone. So I think it's, and being a commercial bee producer is not for everyone either. So I think over the next year, if we can do some education and some promotion and, but the people that are in it, they love it. So I think it's part of our ecosystem that I keep going back to. So if we can build that industry and really be self-sufficient, boy, I'll be a happy camper.
Absolutely, thank you.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair, and I couldn't agree with you more, and I do love to see how it's evolved because, and it's been revolutionary in how the Beekeeping Association is now, and it just, and it works like it looks like it's working extremely well. So I do, my understanding is that there was 26 approved applicants, and 5 beekeepers approved who had not been approved for previous iterations of the program. And I think that's really a great news story. So I think the cap was about $75,000 per beekeeper.
That's right, yeah.
And so that's 38% of approved expenses are contributing towards the expansions. And so it is it's a shared investment. It's not a full grant or anything like that. It's a shared investment. So can you tell me what the split is between beekeepers and the department? Do you know that offhand?
Do you know that,
Is it a
Mary?
50-50 or?
I don't have that with me now.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford.
But still a substantial investment by the beekeeper in order to be able to do this expansion.
They have to be serious.
Exactly.
Be serious and, yeah.
So my understanding is we've got close to 1,000 extra hives that went into the winter.
Yes.
And which is great because I think, we're looking at a target of, is it about 10,000 hives?
10,000 would be a lovely, yeah.
Right. At what point, Minister, will you close the border for beekeepers, given the fact that they are putting in a huge investment?
Yep.
They have to be serious.
Yep.
And so we know that their number one threat is small hive beetle.
Yeah.
And so at what point will you close the border for them?
I don't know if I can give an exact number, but I will tell you as soon as possible. Like if our department, our experts in our department say we can, we will. It's how the apple industry and the blueberry industry, what's their needs as well. So it's hard to give a date because as these are growing, so is our pollination needs. So not as quick, I hope, so we can catch up. But yeah, I can't give an exact time, but as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
Mermaid Stratford?
Because I think that that's the biggest concern of your beekeepers right now, right?
Absolutely, and I understand their concerns, and I, you know.
Mermaid
but
Stratford?
As Minister of Agriculture, I have to be concerned about all the industries, so, you know, pollination is key for blueberries and apple fruit growers, so.
Yeah, and I agree, and there's a lot of revenues that we see that come out of those industries, and so it's good to see the industries working together. It's just a really high risk for the amount of money that these beekeepers are putting in.
I agree.
Because they are committed. And so will you commit to working with the Beekeepers Association in order to define like what is the magic number that you're looking for hives, and at what percentage, like at what point in time will you close the border so that they know that you're serious?
We'll set some goals, yeah, absolutely,
And then measure them? Okay.
Yep.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. And my understanding is the protocols for the inspection have just come out recently, I believe the day before yesterday or yesterday? No, yesterday they came out. Can you tell me what your inspection rates are, and was the beekeeping industry involved in writing those protocols?
So I don't have the exact protocols in front of me here, so I just don't want to say, but we'll bring that back. We did have a conversation with them, and we are trying to. We did receive an email from the association yesterday, and we will go back and discuss, see if we can have some common ground there, and see if we can address some of their concerns. So.
Mermaid Stratford?
Okay. So the import protocols, is there any room to change them? Was the beekeepers consulted, and did they sign off on the protocols?
Well, they haven't signed off yet. They just got them a couple days ago. So they were consulted. We did have a meeting with them a couple months ago. It went well, and they had their asks, and we told them what we were looking at, and so we're still in. We have to ensure the safety of that industry, and we have to ensure the pollination. We have enough for pollination, so we're really juggling. But safety of our beehive producers is key. The pollinators.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. So they're signed off, they're not signed off, but yet they're announced. And I know that one of the things that is contentious with the beekeepers is the wording of it. And that is owned by an operation in where it says that small hive beetle was found in in each of the 3 years, so 2019, 2020, 2021. And the request from the Beekeepers Association was that it was if they were detected in any of those 3 years, not in each of it. Yeah. Because if it was detected at any point in time over the 3 years, they're much higher risk hives to come to the island, much higher risk than for infection here at PEI. And as we know, when we talk about, securing our borders, it's important. Once it's here, and so it's way more important to keep it away than letting it come in. Are you open to changing that wording from each of to any of?
We're gonna consult with them and see where we can come up with. I have to talk to the experts in my department on this, and we have an apiarist on staff, and we have three veterinarians on staff. So we're analyzing the risk, and we're ensuring that we're doing the lowest risk as possible as we can. And we will consult, but I don't know if there's much room to move, but we will consult.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, what's the science behind it being each of instead of any of?
I didn't write the protocol, so I better not, I shouldn't answer that, so I'll have to bring that back. So.
Mermaid Stratford?
Okay. So over the last 3 years, well, 2 years, this is the third round of protocols that I've been around in this house, the requirements have been reduced every year around inspection. So knowing that our beekeepers are putting so much effort into increasing their stock, but yet we're decreasing the inspection protocols and the import protocols, which is not speaking to supporting them. The dollars are there and the expansion program is there,
Right.
yes.
Right.
But we also have to make sure that we're not taking one step back or two steps backwards by bringing in.
Right.
So
We
that's
always
what the concern is.
we always inspect more than the protocol says. The inspections actually didn't change in the last 2 years. The only thing that changed, it was because of COVID, the inspections were done on the island instead of in Ontario, which is probably going to have to happen again this year, I'm afraid.
Right.
But actually, I'm not sure of the numbers, but we inspected more, and it was probably a more thorough job because it might have taken a few more days, but they were able to inspect just as many. So.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair, and that speaks to what the leader of the official opposition responded to, undercommit and overachieve, right? However, if we already know that we're going to overachieve, why don't we just write the protocols to meet what the Beekeepers Association is looking for?
I liked what the leader does.
I did too, but let's just actually overachieve and not reduce our protocols, keep them in place as they are.
Right.
And
it's a scientific protocol that they take the science and they analyze it, and so I sign off on it, but I don't come up with the protocol. So I trust that the experts in the department are doing the right thing, and but we'll go back and I'll see. Yeah.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford?
Thank you, Chair. And can I ask you to table the science that was used in order to back the decision to reduce the protocol, the protocol from last year to the EJUV 2019, 2020, 21? Can you table that side, the research behind that?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'm great. Thanks, Chair.
Shall there be any more sections on this? Shall it carry?
Carry.
On this section, sorry. Total agriculture resources, $9,093,900. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Strategic policy and evaluation, policy, planning, and evaluation. Appropriations provided for planning, development, and implementation of departmental, federal, provincial, territorial policies and initiatives. Administration, $29,700. Equipment, $5,000. Material supplies and services, $11,800. Professional services, $2,500. Salaries, $782,500. Travel and training, $30,100. Grants, $436,200. Total policy, planning, and evaluation, $1,297,800. Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. Could you speak to any work that's happening in the department regarding food insecurity in PEI?
Sorry?
Could you speak to any work that's happening in the department regarding food insecurity, addressing food insecurity in the province?
Well, we do. We are part of the island food this food for the school program, where and we have the school milk program that we also fund, I guess we don't fund. We administrate it. We probably fund some of it. So our role is to ensure that healthy food is being on the school programs, the school food programs, and I guess that's where I can leave that.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, the role of sort of ensuring that we're using local food for the school food program is a critical piece of that program, because obviously it's part of that circular economy that matters so much when we think about sustainable programs and services. Are there any other programs, though, Minister? I'm thinking, for instance, of during the pandemic, we had island producers helping islanders, which produced food hampers. We also have support that goes to the food bank. Does that come through, is that through your department, and is that something that?
That was, sorry, that was through our department, but that was through the Community Food Security Program that was through the COVID spend. So that all that money was through the COVID, it's in the COVID budget. So. But that was through our department, yes.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, obviously, I recognise that was expenditure because we had funds from the COVID investment from the federal government, but it was also really successful. We also know, obviously, there's a huge need, but and that, what we're hearing now is that food bank usage is significant, and it doesn't look like it's just necessarily because of COVID. There is a really significant increase and need. It's always a challenge where we have the food island and that prosperity of food, and we have this gap that comes with needing multiple food banks across the province. So is there any thought about kind of making a program or providing more consistent support, connecting our producers to islanders in need?
Yeah, that's definitely what we have to look at. We do have the CAP funding that does look at some food security programs that, whether it's the buy local or it's supporting other initiatives, but it's something that we really have to focus on, and I really thank you for bringing that forward, and I think that's something that we can add to and build on, because you're right, there is more demand on our food banks and other initiatives like that, and they need the support.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, and I appreciate that that response, because it's that we want to ensure that while it's not okay for there to be so many islanders that need that sort of recurring support, if we can provide islanders in need with healthy local food, then that's kind of a bit of a no-brainer. That we have that incredible quality product, we have farmers in need, but also that we shouldn't expect that to be donated.
Right.
And the need for this continual charity puts a huge burden on everybody.
You're right. Through the community food program, we did, I guess, sponsor or support 8 projects. We did the hydroponics in the schools. I think we bought 13 hydroponic for grade 3 classrooms across the island, and that was a huge success. And I hope to be able to do that again. We did a garden at the Charlottetown Rural, helped them there. Little Green Sprouts Education Project, and then Early Learning Project, Academy Project, and Food Security for Newcomers was also a project that we funded. So $10,000 actually for that one.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and there's a couple of those that I'm really familiar with, in particular the Food Security for Newcomers and food vouchers that are provided as well through the Charlottetown Farmers Market is another, it's a really fantastic direct to and it really empowers the participants, because it's not charity, it's empowering them to make their own choices and to make connections and engagement directly with producers, which is the beauty of the farmers market at the best of times. And the Little Sprouts program, I've also met the coordinator for that, and it is absolutely such a, like to my colleague's points earlier about play-based learning, it's a way of sort of teaching really young kids the joy of and the magic of growing your own food, and those are not expensive projects to do, but huge impact. So it's really exciting to hear about sort of that, and I would really encourage that in terms of a way to kind of get more bang for your buck. Those are the kind of programs that do, because they're community driven.
Yeah, we spent $60,000 last year, so I hope to spend more than this.
That's great to hear, and I really appreciate that. Have you identified other areas where we don't have sufficient local supply? I mean, we know we can get especially with newcomers coming in, you know, and I know that I've spoken to quite a few families in my community, for instance, who are looking for fresh food, or, you know, connecting with farmers that can help them meet needs which aren't necessarily available because we don't have that capacity. Has that been anything that's been discussed in your department from a planning perspective?
I'll have to look into that. I'm sure somebody in the department would have knowledge of what we're doing in that aspect, but I'll bring that back.
Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you. I mean, I know we'd spoken earlier about sort of changing climates and the impact and opportunity that brings, you know, in terms of different markets and connecting that to the experiences of our newcomers. I remember working a few years ago with a newcomer here who wanted to grow chickpeas, garbanzo beans, which are actually possible to grow in our climate here, you know, the same way that we've managed to adapt to do things like soy and so on. And the interest there is because not only is it a potential, you know, a great crop product, but also because there is actually a market for it with our changing demographics in the area. And so, you know, local supply, self-sufficiency in local supply doesn't necessarily look the same as it might have done in the past for PEI. So that kind of innovation is something that I'll probably talk to again to the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture in terms of how that.
The hour has been called.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House having under consideration the grant of supply to Her Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall carry. The honourable member from Morell-Donagh, the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Montague-Kilmuir, that this House adjourn until Thursday, March 25th at 1 o'clock in the p.m.
Shall carry.
Carry.
Safe travel.